Okay. Look, right back. It's your hostess with the mostest burning like toast is Cosmo Cal, man. Checking back in real quick. Right back at the crib, man. I must say, this one kind of came together real quick. You dig what I'm talking about? I was inspired. I was inspired to do this live. Further proving what Owaspi been saying the whole time. Shout out to my brother Bronze Yog. Shout out to the Yog, Sir Yogurt of Bronze. Good day and tally-ho to you, chap. My bro came through with a very interesting video. He always on these near-death experiences. Yo, yo, don't be playing, man. And he showed me a video, and a lot of this stuff, you dig what I'm talking about. I can't say that, you know, it be trash. You know, it be some of these stuff, these people, man, they be faking. But listen, some of this stuff, bro, ooh-wee. And this one is very interesting, right? This one is very interesting, right? First of all, let's get a gauge on the chat real quick. But hey, look, this your homeboy Cosmo checking in, man. This is Jehovah Chronicles number 114. 114. I remember I was just talking to my little bro Mally, man. I was like, yeah, dog. Yeah, I got 15 more to 100. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do something special at 100. Man, you dig what I'm talking about? We done blew past that. We just gonna keep going. I'll look back when I'm tired. You dig what I'm talking about? We'll worry about that later. You dig what I'm talking about? Showing that again, what Owaspi is saying, that man is always inspired. Always. Even many of the thoughts that you think are your own were actually given to you. Many of the inspirations. You dig what I'm talking about? And if you don't believe me, let me just hit you with a little old Waspy real quick, you dig what I'm talking about? Just to show you what I'm talking about. This is the book of inspiration, right? Book of Inspiration 13 and 20. Look what it says. And I spoke to your soul, saying, this is the Creator speaking. He said, and I spoke to your soul, saying, choose what you will to be inspiration of your mind, spirit, and soul. He's saying, choose what you will to be the inspiration of your mind, spirit, and soul. Behold, I, your Creator, am your servant. To what? Impregnate you with thoughts, ideas, and disposition. All you have to do is choose. And look what the create. Listen, look what the create. I know. You damn near spilled your coffee. I know. But look what he said. Look what y'all say. He said, yes, I said, I will even take you to whichever place and condition you may choose. And now, look, because I gave you this extreme liberty and you have chosen, behold, you are accountable to yourself for your every thought and idea and for your spirit and soul. And in your behavior, you are responsible to the whole world. Right? He's look, I just go a little further. We'll drop down to 26. With what? With liberty. Let's blow this up a little bit for him, Cosmo. With liberty, I bestowed responsibility also. I am the power, the light, and the life. In one thing chiefly, you are not an automaton. Huh? In one thing, chiefly, supremely, you are not a robot. And that is in your own entity, your own self. Your own whatever you are and choose to be. Yourself, I gave to you. Look what the Creator said. These boys, listen. I'm watching, I forget what I was watching. I think it was Sinetta. And they asked the brothers, right? Did God create everything? And even in the Christian doctrine, we understand that, right? We outside, and many of us come from this Christian and Hebrew understanding. So looking back as faith is, we can kind of sympathize and see, right? But some stuff is so simple. You dig what I'm saying? And they asked a couple Christians, a couple Hebrews too, did God create everything? Man, they said no. I'm like, dang. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, even I got a greater understanding than that in your text. You dig what I'm talking about? Your text absolutely say the God created everything. I don't know who, but you dig what I'm talking about? That's crazy. You dig what I'm talking about? I thought that was crazy. In the Christian ideology, you dig what I'm saying? The Hebrew Christian paradigm, the Luamang paradigm, the God spell, right? When you're under the Christian God spell, the idea that Christ, the Christian God, right, who they called the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? When we know real Israelites never praised the God, ever. As a matter of fact, you got enslaved because you wouldn't in Egypt. That's why you got oppressed, because you wouldn't bow down to they pyramid structures, gods, understandings, nothing. You dig what I'm saying? So he say, look, in one thing, you the boss of, you not an automaton, right? This also kills the idea that angels themselves don't have autonomy too, because we know angels are just dead men. What they don't understand is the high-raised angels, and let's just say those who have become brides and bridegrooms of Yahweh and have graduated off the planet, right? They are in oneness. They just know the order. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not like they can't choose to go the other way. This is where we get the false gods from, like Buddha, Brahma, Christ, aka the triune. You dig what I'm talking about? Or let's just say Osiris, Tien, and Sudga. You dig what I'm saying? Anu, Ahura, or Anu, Enki, and Enlil. You dig what I'm talking about? So, Brahma, Shiva, Indra. You dig what I'm saying? So this thing has been re-rocked and repackaged all the way across the world, but from its initial state, it was already re-rocked and on the wrong path. True God told them niggas, don't y'all do this shit, man. Don't do this, Christ. Don't do this triune shit. Go raise your people up. We know something happened to you, man. Stop crying, punk ass Christ. Stop crying, Buddha. Stop crying, Brahma. First of all, y'all wouldn't even have been in this had you just listened to me in the first place. Remember, I came years and hundreds of years before, gave you all the knowledge, the know-how, how to raise this heaven, and you didn't have faith. You didn't believe me. Now your heaven got caught up in some mess. Now you trying to blame me for it. And they say, no, we're not trying to blame you. We blaming the people who overthrew it. So what you gonna do, kill them? They was like, yeah, basically. You think what I'm talking about? This is crazy, right? But we're gonna get into this video real quick. My boy Bronze brought this up, man. Near-death experiences. Let me just ask a question real quick. Let me ask a question real quick. All right. You know, hit that chat for me. We're going to hit this chat, right? Peace to everybody in the house. You did what I'm talking about. Let's go through that, man. Hey, look. Taz Vortex, Kevin Sears in the house. You did what I'm talking about. That's my boy Kid. My boy Kid about to have me spiffy looking nice around here. You dig what I'm talking about? And anybody who do little visuals, you dig what I'm talking about? Little, you know, get with your boy, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Stephanie Randall, BC, Sela Shilly. You dig what I'm talking about? Stella Shalom. Yeah, Stella Shalom TV, man. Y'all go over there, sub, like, share, man. The Sela Shalom TV. Boy, that boy been cooking for many moons. Many moons. Official. Referee. Whistle. You dig what I'm talking about? All gas, no break, man. Y'all go over there, holla at Sela Shalom, man. Sub, like, share, man. Shout out to also Atlanta's Ugly. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to my baby Ladybug. You dig what I'm talking about? And the whole fam, the Black Royal fam too over there. You dig what I'm talking about? Got to start support. Well, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I'm gonna tell you where to go see some hot street stuff by Faithists who expanding this game. So this is just a start, y'all. But look, Brian shared this video. This lady experience, man, listen, man. It's some stuff that's on point, and it's some stuff that I disagree with, but that's kind of, you know what I'm gonna do. So, anyways. But boy, this is just listen to what she's saying. And if you're a faithist, just listen with an open ear. And if this your first time hearing about near-death experiences, you know, that's when people get close to their death day. They're either sick or ill or something that happened and they're dying. You did what I'm talking about. They say they have an experience, right? So that get back to a point. Before I start this video, I want y'all to put a 1 in the chat, right? Right? If y'all believe this, does man have a spirit? Hit me with 1 for yes, a 2 for no. Right? To your understanding, your best knowledge, does man have a spirit? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Right? We're going to let it come on in. We're just asking a quick question. Does man have a spirit? Right? To the best of your understanding. Right? Does man have a spirit? Yes or no? 1, press 1 for yes, press 2 for no. See a bunch of 1s coming in. See some 1s. I see my brother Eric Hamilton says yes and no. He said, man has a spirit and doesn't have a spirit. Huh. Interesting. Okay. And how I would answer that to you, my brother, Eric Hamilton, and shout to you, bro. How I would answer that to you is to tell it this way. No, one spirit has a man. That's the misunderstanding that you're thinking of is one and two, or yes and no. No, man has a spirit, bro. You did what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, the very first writings ever is talking about nothing but spirit. So you did what I'm talking about. Man does have a spirit. You did what I'm talking about. We're gonna go further, ask, get to it, right? But one spirit has a man, and that's how I would explain that to you, bro. And that's what you perceive it. Because I'm not here to say you're wrong, right? In but it's a way that what you're saying makes sense, because man either has one or he doesn't, right? And how your understanding of he can not have one is that the man doesn't have the spirit has the man. That would you dig what I'm talking about? Let me see real quick. Take this off the screen. Let's get into this stuff about near-death experiences. Fair use, fair use. Shout out to Jeff Mara, man. He always got some dope stuff. Shout out to my brother Bronze Yo for inspiring me today. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna get into some of these near-death experiences, man. I'm gonna shut my mouth and we're gonna get to cracking. Hey, you dig what I'm talking about? Hey, hold on. Let me drop the link in the chat too. Anybody want to come in, man? Hey, and if you don't like, you don't know about this stuff, or you don't believe in it, man, that's cool too. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't nobody trying to bash you or make you believe it, but bro, it's a lot of stuff out here. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a lot of, listen, even I've seen some things, bro, and I seen them, and they're hard to believe. So I couldn't fault nobody for being like, man, y'all niggas crazy, because it is crazy. It's totally nuts. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't even paused, and I ain't even tripping. But let's get into this lady, man. She dope. You dig what I'm talking about? I think dude really be trying to learn too. Jeff Mara, he got his little opinions about stuff, but I think he be trying to learn. And but check her out. Check her story.
She has experienced shared death awareness and witnessed an array of spiritual beings helping cross to bring spirits back home. Kim, thank you for joining us and welcome.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Jeff. I really appreciate time, shared sacred time that we have together, and an opportunity to just be in the love as we come together here.
Well, Kim, what inspired you to become a hospice nurse in the first place?
Okay, well, I mean, I grew up in a spiritual family. I've always been a spiritual seeker. My mom died when I was 12. And I think at that point it was a pretty big trial, for several years actually. And then somehow down the road, I found my way into nursing. And when I was doing nursing, I saw that they had dogs in the hospice that were therapy dogs. And I thought, that's where I want to work. They had music, dogs, healing modalities like Reiki or therapeutic touch. So that's what made me want to be a more holistic nurse. And then at the same time, I was also working with healing, lots of different healing modalities that I've studied. And so I just thought I could put it all together. I was also working with shamanism. And even in my first hospice job.
Do y'all understand what she's doing? She's trying to be on a path, you know, of love and light and helping and healing. That's dope. You dig what I'm talking about? She said she had these experiences since a child. Let's check her out.
Which is way back in 97. I was able to do shamanism with my patients. So anyway, it just was like.
And you always been the shaman. You always been that root worker. That root worker. You dig what I'm talking about? That's always been you. You dig what I'm talking about? I mean, what I'm getting to you as a faithist is these understandings come from you. These bloodlines come through you. All the seers who have ever been, irregardless of where they were on the earth, come from the same exact genetic and line. Don't matter if it's called Indian. Don't matter if it's called Chinese, African, Aboriginal. Don't matter if it's called none of that. There's a line that extends more than nationality, right? And that's faithism.
A good fit for me. Yeah, I've loved it ever since. It's been a while.
So you became a nurse, and then at some point you became a medium. Was that because you were contacting with spirits from the other side while doing the work, or did you do that separately and add that to being a hospice?
Oh, I say all of that. So I noticed as I was doing energy work, that's when I actually started seeing the departed loved ones, the angels, the guides. It was through that work, when you're very intimate with somebody, then I saw that. But then I moved it into the hospice work. Oh, and easy, like it's just there they were, the angels, the loved ones right there around somebody. You know, it's a very sacred time at that nearing death. And I believe that as we're approaching that death point, or when I say death, it's really life. You know, it's life after life. But as we approach that, the spirit world comes closer, and it's such a sacred time. They fill the room. I mean, you can feel it. You can go from one room to the next, and you can actually feel the change. And I would, you know, just like standing at the end of a bed, then I see all the angels, you know, the lights. I see the angel lights, or I see the angel standing next to a person. So it kind of all came together. Now, the mediumship I have studied separately as well. So the beginning part, when I was just noticing the spirits, is something different. But to work as a professional medium, I've spent a lot of hours in study, and I have mentors and all that. So that's actually a little different. So like when I'm working as a hospice nurse, yes, I do. I see that. And if the family's open, if they talk about it, I will do some, you know, like, okay, here's so-and-so is here with you. But then as a medium separately, it's usually just the everyday kind of awareness, if that makes sense.
So when you see angels, do you just see like lights or transparent beings with wings?
Now dig this. This is an interesting question. And then Cosmon is going to give his little schmiggle on it. You dig what I'm talking about?
I see both. So sometimes I see the lights, like just that. And if the family's open, if they talk about it, I will do some, you know, like, okay, here's so-and-so is here with you. But then as a medium separately, it's usually just the everyday kind of awareness, if that makes sense.
So when you see angels, do you just see like lights or balls of lights, or do you see full-figured humanoid transparent beings with wings?
I see both. So sometimes I see the lights, like just white or blue or gold, oftentimes, and maybe like sparkles even. When there's so many, I can't count.
Y'all know what that gold light is. Y'all know what that gold light is? That blue light, that white light, that gold light. Ooh-wee.
And I know that those are angels. Now, sometimes I also see, though, what I would say in my mind's eye more, but although I have seen it in the, like in the ceiling too, the ceiling or the walls with the wings, but I've also seen angels, and this is a little bit transparent, I would say, with my eyes open, transparent. And those sparkles are with my eyes open. They don't look transparent. It looks like bright lights to me. Now, sometimes I've seen angels, which I know are angels, and why sometimes they show up with wings and sometimes they don't. I don't know. But
let me tell you why. Because angels are men, and men don't have wings. We're not chickens. Right? Men don't have wings. Dead men are angels. Now, there is a part in Owaspy, right? If y'all really want to go there, watch this. Hold on. Let's pull up an Owaspy real quick. I closed down my Owaspy because I ain't wanted to slow down the machine. All right. Now, let's get into this real quick. Right. Because Cosmine gonna show you what the wings is and why you see and why man has seen angels with so-called wings. I'm gonna tell you, right? It is a technology. It is a technology. It is a way to move, right? If you wanted to fly, right, and the technology was there, you would create what? Wings. Men don't fly in real life, and they don't fly in the afterlife. To go anywhere you want to go, to California, guess what? You got to get in a vehicle and move. Same thing in the heavens. As above, so below. So if you are in the heavens and you want to fly like a bird, you create a technology to fly like a bird. What I'm telling you is that technology been around for a long time. Let's look at it real quick. Let me show you why. Let me give you a reason as into why men have been saying angels have wings when we know angels are nothing but dead men. Right? This is from the Book of the Wars against the Creator. Right? Remember in the Bible when they was talking about it's mentioned in the Book of the Wars, but they the biblical God never could find it. Right? It's an Owaspy. Right? Now, this is a time called the 1,000-year war, right? It happened in the heavens during the time who we commonly know as Anu of Sumer. Him mama named him Anu Hasaj, right? Your Enki and Enlil is Osiris and Anubis. They are the quote-unquote sons of Anu. The proof that it is, doesn't Enki mean Lord God or land God, God of the earth? Doesn't Ai mean land god or land lord of the earth? Guess what Osiris means? Land god, a lord of the earth. Same word, same function, same time. The Anuhasaj's right man is named Osiris, aka his name is Chilemutz. Chilemutz. He was given the title Osiris, which means land god. This is why they call him the Lord of the Underworld. The underworld is our living world right here. Osiris and Anki have the same meaning. Now, this is during the war where the false gods are attacking the chosen of the creator, those who have chose the creator, right? They're attacking them, right? This is what's going on. And this is 19:6 in the Book of the Wars. And now on air, and this is why they say wings, right? It's a technology. They also have like a backpack type wing setup. But look, watch this. And now on every side, farther than the eye could see, the billions of the warrior angels of the false gods rushed on. Some in what? Boats. Some in ships, and some in otavans. Otavans are like small planets, basically. And look, and others in single groups, descending. Now look, you got to imagine this is about, right? Using your imagination, right? Because I'm going to give you a description of these single angeled machines, right? That one angel runs, right? Dig this. As one can imagine, a kite sufficient to carry its holder high up in the wind, right? So reversed. So it's not like a kite, like you're hanging and gliding, you're on top. So you're riding. Like, hold on, watch this. Let me show you. Watch this. It's called okay. Let me see if I can pull up an image for you real quick. Now this is what Owaspy is describing. Hold on, let me blow this up for you real quick. That's not a good picture. I thought it was bigger. Let me go back. Okay. Right? Hold on. Let me blow this up. Let me see if I can find one with a motor. That'll even be better. This is called. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay, it's good. Okay. Let me see if this will blow this up. Okay. Okay. All right. This is what I want to show you. Now, this is what I see in my mind. Right? I'm going to read this to you. Right? But I'm going to keep this here. I'm going to share this with you. But I'm going to keep this here. Make sure y'all can see that. Let me blow that up a little bit more. Let me blow that up a little bit more. Is that how you do that? Okay. Okay. I'm going to leave that right there. Make sure everybody can see it. Boom. Right? I'm going to read this. As one can imagine an earthly kite, right? A kite, but large enough and sufficient enough to carry its holder high up in the wind. So reversed, right? So, hold on. So reversed and single-handed, hundreds of thousands flew toward the earth by the ballast flags, the most daring of angels. So let me go back to where I'm sharing this paraglider. So you see how he got the engine on the back, right? Imagine that, and the man is on top of the kite. He's not gliding, he's riding the wind. Hence, an angel with wings. What does it say? As one can imagine an earthly kite sufficient to carry its holder high up in the wind, so reversed and single-handed. So one person stands on this thing. So he's not hanging, he's standing. One man can drive it. He may even be sitting, right? This would also hint towards the throne. And okay, anyways. He could, but he's not being just just dropping down to the earth without control. He's driving it. He's on it, right? Single-handedly, hundreds of thousands flew. Look, they flew. They didn't fall and parachute. They flew toward the earth by the ballast flags, the most daring of angels. So they coming down, right? They coming down on something like this, right? But this and the man is on top. Right? Like a kite to hold a man up, but reversed. Not gliding, flying. Whoo! Watch me call. This is why I rock with Owasby. It give you insight on all type of stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? She said she didn't know why. I'm giving a reason why. I'm saying men don't never get wings. Angels don't get wings neither. But I, even myself, have seen an angel with a wing. It's like a backpack, a jetpack. It just got wings. Poop, flip out. What's the little Marvel character, Hawkeye? Hawk? You dig what I'm talking about? You got the little backpack with the wings. Same thing. Right? They even got a Marvel character called Angel, who has cybernetic wings made out of steel that allow him to fly. Crazy. I'm just saying.
I've also seen beings that are really, really big, as balls of light. No wings.
Right.
I, both objective and
Their approach.
Interesting. Hey, look, that conversation sound right. Listen, I'm just saying, the conversation sound right. She talking about object, subject. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's a rhyme and a reason to it, and when you know it, you can see it. It's like for the very first time you realizing vortex here. You dig what I'm talking about? When you realize the vortex for the first time, and you turn around and you look and you start seeing it everywhere. It's like that too. Look, and you can kind of pick up on the lingo and the language. You dig what I'm talking about? And then, with mediumship and spirit interaction, you know how to fake this is. It is what it is. This is what we do.
Their last breath, what happens to them?
When we are approaching our last breath, our human body gets smaller, weaker, as we know, right? It diminishes. That physical diminishes as the spirit gets bigger. As the spirit expands, this is when they become a medium. They become aware. That near-death awareness is a term that we use. When they see their loved ones, they see the angels, they'll say, look at all the angels, don't you see them? Or hi, dad, or hi, mom, or hi, sister, or the pets on the bed. Or they'll see, it's so common. I would say, 90%. Now, sometimes they're able to verbalize and sometimes not. But you hear a lot about the reaching up. Also, the pets on the bed. Okay, they're petting the kitty. We don't see the kitty, but they're petting the kitty, or they're
Owasby talk about the pets in the afterlife too. That's crazy.
The lab is on the side, or the golden retriever, whatever it is. The horses, even hamsters. I mean, they come, and it's a greeting. It's a party, and so this is what they see. And so this was called near-death awareness. And then, from my perspective, I can share in that an experience, maybe not exactly the same, but I have, lots of visions of what is near them as they're approaching that near death. But it is common, and I don't know for some people.
Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Do y'all believe that you can see the spirits, or that some people can see the spirits, or is it just the reason you don't see spirits is, of our own fault? You see what I'm saying? Or let me just ask the question like this. Is there any time where a spirit can be seen? Right? Is there any time where a spirit can be seen? We know spirits are subjective, but is there any time that a spirit can be made objective? Just a quick yep or no, yay, nay. You dig what I'm talking about? We don't bash nobody. We all about expanding knowledge.
it's 3 months ahead of time. And we are talking about the person who is dying from an illness, not from a sudden death, you know. So that about 3 months, it could even be 3 days. So anywhere in that range is when they start having that awareness. And so I always call it a vision, not a hallucination.
I didn't realize that as early as 3 months out, they would start having this awareness.
Yes. It's different for everybody, but yes, it is true. Sometimes even sooner than that. Especially they have that awareness.
She said having dementia is like being in between two worlds. Ooh.
Had a shared death experience where you've actually crossed over a certain distance with him?
That's a little more rare, but yes, I have. And for me, when that has happened, it seems to be, and I was trying to figure out what is it that makes that happen versus just my, it's a little fuzzy how it's a little different. But when I step into what I call the vortex around the patient,
what?
In other words, around 3 feet out, there seems to be.
Look what? Oh, okay, man. Hey, listen, man. Come on, man. Come on, Cosmonian. You just listen. You just be capping, Cosmon. I remember a brother said you made the vortex up. He said you made it up. A sister, man, listen. Another sister, man, just recently said this, bro. She said there is no such thing as a vortex. I said, dang. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh man, it's so crazy what we can overlook that's right in front of our face. You dig what I'm talking about? And to have the knowledge and understanding that you can't have anything whatsoever without that vortex is so liberating. It freed me from like shit. Woo! You got to understand your creator got to be outside. The creation has to be of him, but he still has to be outside of it. So that means he has to have an agent, a sign, a logos, a word, an objective function in quote unquote creation or nature itself that had to start all motion and still be working today. And it must be objective. I must be able to look up out the pictures, look down into the internet, look out into the sky and see this motion and function still doing what it's doing. That make you the creator. You can't stop. You can't rest. You are your own rest and unrest. You got to be that guy. Right? You got to be that guy. And shout to the creator gang, because that's the only one we praise. We ain't hitting our knees to do it neither. Telling y'all, come on home. Jaja calling you. I ain't making this stuff up. This one ain't no way she know nothing about no wasp. None. I guarantee you she don't know nothing about no old wasp. Listen to the language. You know who. Bloods know who Bloods is. Crips know who Crips is. G's know who G's is. Why? By how they move, what they say. What you do, and what you say, prove who you is. Or will at least alert those in the know who are what you claiming to be.
Their energy field. And when I step in that way, I get closer to that. I have that shared death experience. Now, sometimes it's
Hold on, man. Look.
There seems to be, their energy field. And when I step in that way, I get, look at all
this crazy.
Into what I call the vortex around the patient. In other words, around 3 feet out, there seems to be, their energy field. And when I step in that way, I get closer to that. I have that shared death experience. Now, sometimes it's at the time of death. Sometimes it's even just after or even before they take their last breath. So, for instance, I had a priest who a dearly beloved priest. I as I approach he's already passed, and I approach him. Maybe he had passed about 30 minutes before, but I get close and I feel like it's like a vortex. I've crossed somehow into a vortex, and I see him. With him, I see all the other priests. I mean, like, too many to count, thousands maybe, I don't know, greeting him, and they're all like dressed in the same, and we're all, even me, I'm even kind of like matching, like we're in the white robes. Now, I know priests don't always wear white robes on human, but this is how they appeared in spirit. Also, it covered him with flowers. I mean, roses, roses, roses. So, I mean, this is the initial thing, after death, the flowers. And then I'm hearing the music. I'm like right here with him. I hear the music. It's organ music. And I can smell, it's very, very vibrant. Like the colors are, more vibrant and more sparkly, if that can be, shimmery. I'd say shimmery. And the feeling of love, like the love, the unconditional love. And so
it's and she used the word shimmery. Come on, man.
I'm like at that welcoming party with him, and then as I'm there, and then it's like, I can step out, and then it's like I'm not there anymore. And it's so interesting, in and out.
Have you ever seen a patient that was in hospice and then for some reason had a miraculous healing, became well, left hospice, and went back to their life?
Well, I have seen people come out of hospice, yes. It seems to me like it was a gradual, like I don't know that they had that near-death awareness and had a healing and came back. I don't know about that part, maybe. But I have seen people leave hospice, get better, and leave. Yes. Get better. Yes.
Now, I had a guest probably about a month ago or so that was a pediatric hospice nurse.
Oh, wow.
And he was saying that not only the children would see these things that kind of look like gray eggs, but the way the hospice facility worked was one nurse would be helping multiple patients, like 3 patients at a time. And they had separate rooms, but no door. So he could see all 3 of them. And a lot of times, 2 of them, maybe the third one would be asleep, would see a being at the same time and both be interacting with these beings. And he said he had the children draw them.
And I see the beings behind the family members. You see, I had one lady who now, like 9 each, but it does. I want to show you in a story how what I home behind this was doing is behind him were ETs. And I said, wow, you've got 3 green people behind you. And he said, oh, those are Arcturians. I work with them. And I said, I'd actually help people transition. They have silver spaceships that they use to help people transition from human to the spirit. So anyway, I go see the lady, but and she had already passed. Maybe this was a couple hours before I got there, so it wasn't like brand new. But what they told me was the day before she had said silver spaceship 7 times. It's all she said all day, and she woke up from her kind of a semi-coma and said that. And so the family said, well, what does that mean? And I said, well, maybe just look up Arcturians and check it out. So I know she did, yeah.
Do you think that many people have star families and that's who's coming to pick them up?
I think everybody has a star family. But I think we will go to what makes us feel comfortable. So if we haven't really paid attention to the star family here, then we might not see the star family. I mean, it might be accident. When the spirit world comes to take somebody here, it's, first of all, it's all love, but they're going to bring whatever it is to get you across the path, Archangel Azrael. So it's whatever works for that person. Now, one person I had, and she was 104, and I'm thinking, is she ever going to one day, like, I thought this was her last breath, and she waited another week, and I said, what happened? And she said, I saw a man at the end of my bed. And I didn't want to see him because she was worried about
that when you do people dirty and they die before you, oh yeah, if they hold on to that grudge, they can be right there. They can be right there at your spiritual birth. When you at your weakest, your enemy who been in the spirit world getting strong, understanding how it's going. You dig what I'm talking about? Understand what's going on, how to move, when to move, what to do, when to, you don't know nothing. And you did this man wrong. You didn't killed him. You did something, right? To where you worried about it so much that it called him back. Mm-hmm. Yep. It ain't no getting away from that dirt. Either in this world or the next world, and sometimes both at the same time. You gonna get this work. What do you think PTSD is?
Later, and I could see the man too, by the way. And I saw she also had an angel in the room, a big angel, and the man at the bed. And then when the next week, when she started to die again, the man wasn't there. So they do. I mean, the angel was still there. The angel.
And notice the overall theme is there is an angel right there. And then she says there's a guardian. Or other people will come in, check on the spirit, do whatever they doing. You dig what I'm talking about? But she always says there's a guardian right there in the corner. You dig what I'm saying? So notice that there are spirits that's helping people to do things as they're passing on. We're going to check and see who those guys are too.
The man wasn't. Spirit world just knows, okay, that would make her afraid. I'm not going to present that to her.
What would happen if a spirit refused to go to the welcoming party and hang around here near us.
That happens sometimes, not very often. But so I have two examples I can give you. One is a lady that was one of my patients. I thought she had gone, but she had 5 grandchildren here, and she was working on their blankets and clothes, whatever it was. She was always doing something for them. Did not really want to die. She had a lung disease, but anyway, so she did die. And when I was in meditation, this was about 2 weeks after she died, and I was with a group, other people in the group. She came to me and she said, Kim, I need your help. I didn't go. I haven't gone to the light. And I said, oh, okay. So I hear, and I think somehow I have a little bit of a talent to this. I don't know how, it just seems to work with me. I just explained to her, I said, you can go get your angel wings and you come back and see your grandchildren after you do that. And then she kind of like,
I'm not asking y'all to believe it. I'm saying to y'all, just to y'all, do she sound truthful? Like she telling truth? Like it's believable? Like, you know what I mean? I just want to get a feel on where everybody at. You dig what I'm saying? Ain't no right, no wrong. I'm just asking. If y'all think she telling the truth, hit me with a 3. You dig what I'm talking about? If you think she telling truth, hit me with a 3. If you think she lying, hit me with a 4. If you think it's some bullshit, there's some cap, it might be some cap in her rap, hit me with a 4, man. You dig what I'm talking about? But if you think it like, man, like this thing sounding like, ooh-wee, I don't know, hit me with a 3. Man, man.
Okay. And I saw 2 blue angels come right behind her.
Blue.
And they were walking away from me, and they were pushing her on her bottom, like on either side of her. And they were kind of giving her a little bit. And I heard the angel say, hurry before she changes her mind. And so she went across, and then it was like another week later, she came and she said, thank you to me after she had.
So we see that there's angels moving these people to certain places, but even in the afterlife, it must be by their will. But notice, soon as she made her mind up, whoop, there was some niggas there to move out. Jaja like an army, man. Better yet, the Navy.
She had her angel wings. Now, I didn't really see angel wings on her, but the thing is, it's that idea that she can go and be, see her grandchildren still. I had a friend of mine, this is kind of funny. Her dad, when he crossed, he did not want to go to the light because he was worried. He had not been a very good person. Mm. He was afraid what he was going to see. Now, I see this happens actually kind of a lot. So he decided not to. And it was even a year or so. And so he was just hanging out, kind of earthbound, kind of hanging out with his daughter. Then one day he came.
Crazy. Look, it's crazy to know that this is just the beginning. This is like taking them to the reception part. You dig what I'm talking about, boy? You got a whole Watusi coming after this. It's only found in Owaspy. Y'all better go read up on the divine laws about what happens after you die. Yeah. Faith is up on it. Are you? Is the point. You dig what I'm talking about? And this ain't got nothing to do with whether you African or Aboriginal or none of this shit. This is about this is all about that there is only 2 type of people on this planet. Only 2. Right? And that is those who are on the ascension and those who are in declension. You are either on the rise up or you are on the fall down, but none can stay still. You are progressing or you are declining. It's only 2 type of people in all the world.
and his daughter and I were friends, and he came in our discussion and told her, I found a way to the light. And you know what he said? This is crazy. I found a funeral. I went to the funeral on Earth, and it's like there's a portal there, a vortex at that funeral, and that's how we found the light.
Do you think a family member can be hanging around with their angel wings only for a certain amount of time, and then once they reincarnate, that's it? You won't sense them in your presence anymore?
So you're saying, the question is, you're asking.
Hold on. Dog whistle. You know what I'm talking about? Dog whistle. You know, when they throw that reincarnation up, you dig what I'm talking about? We be just waiting to hear what you about to say. You dig what I'm talking about? We be waiting to hear what you gonna say at this point, because we already know. We already know. Let me see which way this gonna sway. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what we be looking at it. We be trying to get all the information and then judge a thing meritoriously. Watch this. Let's see what she say. Right? Let's back it up a little bit, just a little bit. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna back it up just a little bit, right? And get it cracking. Let's see what he asked.
I went to the funeral on Earth, and it's like there's a portal there, a vortex at that funeral, and that's how we found the light.
Do you think a family member can be hanging around with their angel wings only for a certain amount of time, and then once they reincarnate, that's it? You won't sense them in your presence anymore?
So you're saying, the question is, you're asking if somebody's already crossed over, they get their wings, and then they come close, and you're wondering if they're with their wings, but then sometimes you don't feel them?
Yeah, like if they disappear, they're not coming around anymore. Do you think that's mostly because they went ahead and reincarnated and came back?
Okay.
I bought 3 of these to protect my family from bed bugs. Let me tell you, I love our old home.
She giving me hope.
Okay.
She giving me hope. She asked the question. She was trying to clarify because she know the reincarnation thing. I'm thinking she know the reincarnation trick. Let's see what she say though. Because she was like, are you saying that when they got, you know what I mean, that they coming back with the wings, that you can feel them like that? You dig what I'm saying? Let's see what she say.
No. I first of all, we're always connected. Love.
Hold on,
has
hold on, wait
no
a minute.
Wait. That whenever you've
wait.
over, they get their wings, and then they come close, and you're wondering if they're with their wings, but then sometimes you don't feel them.
Yeah, like if they disappear, they're not coming around anymore. Do you think that's mostly because they went ahead and reincarnated and came back?
Okay. No. First of all, we're always connected. Love has no beginning and no end. That whenever you've had a heart-to-heart connection, that's always there. Sometimes they may be distracted. Sometimes your spirit team may be a little farther out, or your loved one, and you can call them in though. I believe you can always call them in. As far as being reincarnated, our soul is so big. We have multiple lives at the same time. We can have a life here. We can have a life on the planet.
All right. Hold on. Do y'all think? I'm just asking now, because this is where it kind of gets squiggly. Get a little squibbly right here. Let's just ask a question. Do you believe that one man's spirit is so big that it lives in multiple dimensions of existence all at once? Or is that just a misunderstanding of your own physical structure? Don't she know Jaja make us like the Russian dolls, a thing within a thing within a thing? Is this what she trying to explain? Now, I got to give her credit. she came with the emphatic no, emphatic, right? But I think she's trying to explain reincarnation and why the thought of it would be there, and not really truly understand first it can't happen, and secondly, you dig what I'm talking about, that is low vibratory, for the simple fact that if your life, which the creator says is perfect, I made everything perfect, right? That would mean he lied. If you get a redo on life, that would mean he ain't perfect, right? Like he didn't make whatever life you had wasn't sufficient for that one spirit and that one physical body at that time, so now spirits just get to go willy-nilly in the heavens, enter other wombs and all that stuff. No. Right? But we gotta hear it all the way out. Let's see what she said. Do y'all, okay, so just to go, do y'all think that one man, one spirit can live in multiple dimensions all at once? One spirit lives in multiple, I guess, worlds, right? All at once, right? So it's a cosmon on this planet, it's a cosmon on that planet, all at the same time. Right. See the masters coming in.
Ladies, we can have a life, I don't know, the second Earth or whatever. We can have life, we're already actualized. We're already a high dimensional being.
Fact.
We just are pretending to be a human. We're pretending to have this illusion of this earth life. And so when we reincarnate, we always have this spirit, like Kim, Jeff, you're going to always be you. So in the spirit world, there's always going to be that aspect of you. It never goes away because energy doesn't change, and energy never goes away. But you can reincarnate. Let's say after you pass 20 years later, you decide, oh, I'm going to come back again as maybe a child of my child or something. Let's just pretend. That part of you can still be on earth, and the other part of you, like Jeff now, is still going to be in spirit. Because we're way don't limit the unlimited power that we are. We have much more capability than our human mind can even imagine. Remember, we are the managers of our own soul. We can pick and choose how we're going to portray ourselves here on this lifetime and other places. I know as a soul being, I live other places. I know that I live as a fairy some places. I know I live as a water being and as a mermaid. I mean, I know I have a lot of...
Hold on. The Jehovah Chronicles. The Jehovah Chronicles is, I'm not saying that it's not true. And I'm not saying that fairies and none of that stuff is not true. You dig what I'm talking about? But this her experience. She said she was a fairy on a whole nother planet, came back and got birthed as a, okay. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's just hold on. My bad. Damn, I accidentally went up on the door. Let me show you what the Creator say about reincarnation, because as faith is, we ain't rocking with you come back, man. That would entail that the Creator made a mistake the first time if you get to redo it. You dig what I'm talking about? Sharp with it. Be quick, cause man. This is the book of Jehovah, the book of Yahweh, huh? The book of Ormazd, the Great Spirit, Ego Quim, the ever present, right? It says, the fruit of your seed I have quickened with my spirit, and man shall come forth with a birthright to my Etherian worlds. At his birth, at his physical birth, his birthright is what? His Etherian worlds. Now, look what he says. As I have quickened the seed of the firstborn of the Adamites, right? So will I quicken all seed to the end of the earth. So all life, right, of any sort, where the seed is contained, he will bring it into life and quicken all of it to the end of the earth. And each and every man child and woman child born into life, I will quicken with a new spirit, which will proceed out of me at the time of conception. Neither will I give to any spirit of the higher or lower heavens to enter a womb or a fetus of a womb and be born again. Right? So, and here's a and this is an example of what people is under the ideology of there's gonna be a whole guy coming out the sky, to kill people and save the world, and it's the same ideology as reincarnation. Oh, in a time in the future, right? And y'all think this new, like they waiting on Jesus. This lie been told over and over and over and over, right? Well, let me take you back 20,000, 18,000 years, right? And give you an example of what we see in today, right? This is the book of Thor, right? But mind you, this is roughly, if I'm not mistaken, the book of Thor is 15,000 years ago. But once again, false lords and gods began to set up kingdoms of their own in heaven and in cities of mortals. And lo and behold, everyone called themselves Thor or Apollo, right? And the spirits who manifested in the temples and for the oracles all gave one of these names of Apollo or Thor. And mortals who were obsessed, like the people who come out and say, what's the thing? All praise to Yahweh Shaman Shah, Shimma Shah Shah. Muhammad, peace be upon him. Allah is the great, Allahu Akbar. You did what I'm talking about. They are obsessed, right? Many of them believe to be Jesus reincarnated. They believe to be John the Revelator reincarnated. They believe to be Paul. They believe to be Muhammad, the Mahdi. They believe they are Osar. Why? Because they are obsessed and believe themselves to be the reincarnation of Osar, Apollo, Thor, Thoth, Buddha, Brahma, Allah, Christ, Muhammad. Throw any name in their works. The obsessing spirits calling themselves by these names, right? Others more intelligent said, now these are supposed to be the learned men. Did the prophets not foretell that there would be a second coming of Apollo? Did the prophets not foretell that there will be a second coming of Jesus? Yes, Lord. Let me pass around this offering plate. Go on, throw some up in there for your boy Cosmo. Hit that Cosmo Kyle one. Jesus. Let me see if Jeebus can get a couple dollars in the cash out. Come on, Jeebus. Did the prophets not foretell that there was to be a second coming of Apollo, and that these spirits are these spirits who appear in the Sargis, or visible light of spiritual light, not the very same person? So the smart people were saying, well, ain't they saying in the prophets of old that Jesus would return? It's the same thing happening today, but this 15,000 years ago. So great became the superstition of the nations of the earth that in the fall of a leaf, they found proof of the second coming of Apollo or Thor or Jesus or Muhammad, Buddha, or Christ, whatever. So many that many of the spirits deserted the second resurrection in heaven and returned to earth to wait for information concerning the coming event, right? Or this cracking of the sky, as they suppose. Though there was no event coming. This is why Jeebus ain't coming back. Because he ain't coming, y'all. This is why he ain't came. Because he can't come. There was never nothing happening. It was all the trick of a false god to put you under the God spell, to get you inspired, obsessed. Hold on. Let's go for it. Do not think that darkness belongs only to the earth and to the lowest heavens. There are those, listen, who rise to the second resurrection and then fall into unbelief, right? And then fall to the first resurrection. And afterward become wandering spirits. And some of them even fall into hell, which is, what is hell? Which is belief in evil and destruction being good. And yet others become Jujas, right? Demons, engrossed in the affairs of mortals and in lust. And what do? Teach reincarnation. Huh? So we see your inspiration, right? Because we know who teach it. The Drujas, who are engrossed in the affairs of mortals. And guess what? And they finally become fetals and vampires on you and feed off you because your belief in their doctrine. It's a sick parasitic existence. And yet it is. You did what I'm talking about? Look. This is dope right here. Whoever has attained to the height of his own ideal, you got the big head, you got it all, you on a precipice of hell. But he who finding the God of his forefathers too small for himself, right? And so invents a much higher, right? And greater God is a great benefactor. A fool can ridicule the ancient person. His delight is to pull down, right? His delight is to pull down. What is a fool? A fool can ridicule the ancient person, but his delight is to pull down and destroy, to hate. But what? A wise man furnishes a greater person, right? So I can say, oh, yeah. Your God fake, but you know, blah, 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 blah. Don't believe in that. Ha, ha, ha. But if I don't have something to replace a greater and wiser, yeah, I could tell you God down, but can I turn around and then build you up by giving you the understanding of a greater great person? See, I can't tell the young boy on the corner to stop trapping. If he don't trap, don't nobody eat. Until I can come with a remedy. I can't tell him, get off that corner, bro, even though that's the best thing. Even if I do tell him, he ain't gonna listen because he gotta feed himself. So until I can come with a remedy, a strategy, a plot, a plan, right? I can't in good conscience say that I've actually done anything for this man, right? But if I can then say, bro, you know, the corners ain't good, here go a job where you can supplement that money without being worried. Well, then I am what? A great benefactor. Because I am what? Invented one much higher. To pull down is easy, but a wise man furnishes a greater person. Right? You can't bash his God and then not give him an understanding of who God is and then a greater person. This is why the Creator is so important. And this is why he's making his doctrine so simple that children understand this. To pull down the all person is to pull down his people. It's what y'all got going on these days, bro. It's different. Let's go a little further in this, you know what I mean? See what she's talking about.
Imagine, do you want golden steps? Do you want to meet Jesus? Do you want to meet Buddha? Do you want, who is it? Do you want to meet your doggies? Who's gonna, you put it in place who you want. And then I think that helps prepare. Also, healing, as much healing as we can here, especially with relationships, the relationship with ourselves, the relationship with others, saying what you want to say. This helps us in that transition process, because the more we've healed here, the easier it is to have that transition. We're going to feel more at peace when we have everything tied up. You see, I think the more we can heal here, the better. And we can even do our life review on this side too, through journaling, writing, all that. We can do this years ahead.
Do you think it's a good idea to do that?
Oh, I do. I absolutely.
Also, let me give you another reason why the Druges, the low spirits, come back and talk about reincarnation. Now, this is a spiritual understanding. I'm talking to spiritual people. Now, if you can't wrap your mind around this, this is what's going on, right? In these hells, what most would understand as a hell is what is called a knot. These people are literally spiritually mashed together like gum, like goop, right? They get separated from each other, right? But during these times, they feed off each other because they can't move. So they become like an amoeba, like coral substance. They can't move really. They're stuck, but they're feeding off each other. They're one hell not. You dig what I'm talking about? And usually in the center of one of these is a so-called false god or false leader, some, some dude, right? So these spirits who've been in this depraved situation many times, hundreds of years sometimes, right? The reason some of them come back and still fall again, right? But when they're separating from that knot, when they're getting separated from that knot, they're so used to feeding, being a parasite off of someone else, that the gods must create a semblance of a physical body so this thing can kind of grow into it, right? The spirit, right, can become like one again, become a man. Now look, now this is from the book of Forgapati 29:8. So Hoab, now Hoab, my dude, this my dude. Hoab, man, hey, look, this guy, man, Hoab, right? This a G right here. You did what I'm talking about, and Hoab inspires me because Hoab was the low of the low and became God of the earth, yo. So that means if Hoab could do it with no faith in the Creator, he didn't believe in the Creator. He stood on what he stood for, and he was principled. He was real, right? He don't even believe in Jaja. And this man can become true God of the earth. He can become God. What? If he can do it, I know I can do it. This is why Hoab is so dope. This is the greatest story never told. The story of Forgapati and Hoab. I've never heard nothing like it before. The greatest story I've physically ever heard. Nothing is even close. Y'all get y'all in a waspy, go into the book of Forgapati and Hoab and dig what's going on. Boy, this boy Hoab, ooh-wee, with your Hoab. Right? So Hoab and Athrava proceeded as follows. First, by what? Walling the place around with fire. Remember, they separate in these low Drujan demons that they pretty much forgot who they are, all sorts of speech. They're just basically vampiric spirits. That's a way to put it. So that none of the Druj, the demonic, right, spirits, the low spirits, could escape. So they walled it around with fire, right? There's not. And so that none of the Jews could escape. And then dividing them into thousands of groups by means of fire also. Then creating subjective bodies for them. Look, what are you talking about, Cosmo? How are you about to tie this into the reincarnation, right? These spirits had to have subjective bodies created for them, to which they bound themselves willingly. Remember, they're in a parasitic state, like a little baby, got to be breastfed, right? They can't do anything. They don't know anything anymore, right? When you get to this animalistic state, you start to lose everything. It must be retaught, even how to grow your spirit. This is why you live a life in a physical body, to learn physical and spiritual things before you get to the spiritual world, to which they bound themselves willingly and which prevented them from fastening onto one another. This is what the Drujas, those teachers, right? Demonic, they calling aliens. They calling these guys angels, right? This is what these Drujas, these demons, call reincarnation in another world. Huh? This is the understanding of why they coming back, getting to say they get to come back as this, come back as this. All that's subjective too, right? They created a what? A subjective body. And you bound yourself to it willingly. You dig what I'm talking about? Just giving a little understanding out there. Oh, man, you dig what I'm saying? Giving a little understanding out there. Oh, shout out my nigga Joab, man. He's a beast. Joab was a beast. Hey, look, Joab was about that. He was about his people, and he was standing on what he was what was real. That's it. And the crazy part is, forgot, but he was true God at the time. He didn't even know why he came there. Jaja made they paths cross. He didn't know why he came over there to even look at that. You dig what I'm talking about? He found the whole people he didn't even know was there. You dig what I'm talking about? And Creator turned Joab in the true God. And the dope part is, in India, right? The story of Prajapati is remembered through the Hindu Vedic text. You dig what I'm talking about? Of a god named Prajapati, right? The dope part is, in the story of Joab and Prajapati, right? Joab becomes the very first god who is chosen by the previous god, right? It used to be like a lot system. The nigga who had the next best grade, when the god was out, he would take it. But this one was the very first one where God could pick his his successor himself. Guess what? Prajapati is known for in the Hindu text, becoming the very first king. He set the very first foundation of the kingships. He chose not just familial lines, but the best man for the job. Prajapati is known, you dig what I'm talking about, and from his line comes all descent of kingship in India. You dig what I'm talking about? From Prajapati. He was the very first one where God didn't pick the dude. He picked it. Come to find out that that's true in Owaspy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't even know why I knew the story of Prajapati. I didn't know that. I didn't know why I knew it. I guess it was to show me something later. You dig what I'm talking about? But this is crazy right here. You know what I mean? It's crazy right here. I rock with Shorty though.
I think the more, especially forgiving ourselves, because so much of, we think there's going to be judgment. A lot of us, we know. I mean, truly, there is no judgment on the other side. It's our own. We judge ourselves.
Oh,
but so sometimes people
wait a minute.
Like, oh my gosh, I stole gum at the
What's she say?
Or whatever it is, you know. You see, I mean, I think the more we can heal here, the better. And I mean, through journaling.
What's he say?
Going to be judgment. A lot of us, we know. I mean, truly, there is no judgment on the other side. It's our own. We judge ourselves. But
what?
That?
Oh, I do. I absolutely do. I think the more, especially forgiving ourselves, because so much of, we think there's going to be judgment. A lot of us, we know. I mean, truly, there is no judgment on the other side. It's our own. We judge ourselves. But so sometimes people feel like, oh my gosh, well, I stole gum at this candy store or whatever it is, you know. And they're going to think, oh, I've got all these things going against me. But you got to remember, when you actually get to the other side, what you're going to be noted for is all the kindness that you have. It could be the simple thing as smiling at somebody. I mean, all those little gestures that we do that are kind add up, usually much more than what we think, or, oh my gosh, right? Terrible. Yeah.
It's interesting that you say that, because near-death experiencers also report that the little kind things that we do are more important than something that's big.
That's right. Yes, yes, yes. I totally agree. So we think whether we can donate $1 million to the elephants in Africa, you don't have to do that. It's the everyday little stuff.
Why do you think that is? I mean, is it maybe when you donate something big, there's intent behind it, whereas the little things are more pure?
I think the little things are more pure, but I also do believe that if you give something big like that, if it is of the pure of heart, yes, that's still going to add up, right? But if you're doing it for ego, to put it as a publicity statement or something, well, that's a little different. Yeah. And I mean, I know this is not really, I totally agree. So we think whether we can donate $1 million to the elephants in Africa, I mean, truly there is no judgment on the other side. It's our own.
Hold on. Let's see if Owas be back up.
We're
What
going to feel
talking
more
about?
at peace when we have everything tied up. You see, I mean, I think the more we can heal here, the better. And we can even do our life review on this side too, through journaling, writing, all that. We can do this years ahead.
Do you think it's a good idea to do that?
Oh, I do. I absolutely do. I think the more, especially forgiving ourselves, because so much of we think there's going to be judgment. A lot of us, we know. I mean, truly, there is no judgment on the other side. It's our own. We judge ourselves.
She made a statement, right? That we judge ourselves, right? Let me share this with you. All right, Book of Inspiration, 9 and 3. Let me blow this up for you real quick. Right? Dig this. This why Owaspy is on a different level. If you don't get it, I understand why. I understand why if you don't get this, right? I understand why. We're going to find out right at the end why you can't get it, why you're indoctrinated. Let's see who you believed, right? And the reason, and let's show why the reason you kicking back against this is cognitive dissonance, right? It's self-convicting. Ooh-wee, watch this. I say to you, oh man, in this I gave you liberty. Therefore, judge yourself, right? As to which came from me and which came from Satan, your surroundings. You shall be your own judge in all things. The sister said, it's nobody judging you, you judging you. Let me show you that this is the proof. Let me show you scripture and text to back up this idea, right? You shall be your own judge in all things. By the way, this is not God speaking. This is God, the creator of gods. This is the ever-present, the all in all. You dig what I'm talking about? The quicker, the mover. Huh? The creator and the destroyer, the first and the last speaking. Right? Behold, listen, I sent my God to judge you, but you shall also judge the judgments of your God. So right there, God can't be the creator because we can judge him. just like God judge us. See if God did a good job. Creator said, that's your brother. You can see and judge him if he being a good big brother. Just like he judging you to see if you being a good little brother. And look, this is backing up what the sister say. First of all, you should be you should be your own judge in all things. I sent my God to judge you, but you shall also judge the judgments of your God. And afterward, right, you shall judge yourself in the same way. You got to already know your system working right. I created you a perpetual judge. That means unceasingly, non-stop, to judge not only yourself and all the world beside you. So it ain't no thing. Remember in the Bible when they told you do not judge lest ye be judged by those that you meted out. Well, nigga, if you meting out correct judgment, I want to be met with that. No, I'm not going down that long, dark corridor. I just heard some roaring sounds and ain't no lights down there. I'm a judge. Hell no, it's a monster down there. I'm going to go the other way. That's judgment. Man, no, I ain't giving cuz nothing. He on some BS. That's judgment. Or he say not only to judge yourself, but all the rest of the world beside you. I sent my son, your big bro, God, to judge you. Right? But I know he cold. That's why I sent him. So I'm going to let you turn around and see if God was being fair. Go ahead and judge him. Now, once you see that his judgment is good, right? And you can't even outthank him. You're going to judge yourself by the same thing. You must already know how it's going to go. You must ain't never been wrong. That's the creator I want to serve. The dude that ain't never made a mistake. Nope, not one. Never. I created you a perpetual judge. Not only to judge yourself and all the world beside you, right? But you shall judge me, your creator. I'm that cold. I'm going to let you go. Look, this is what I'm going to do for you, cuz. I'm this cold. Not only am I going to make you a perpetual judge so you can judge yourself and everything around you, I'm going to let you judge God. And when you're done and you see God right, I'm so cold, I'm going to let you judge me. Go ahead. Go ahead, partner. All right? He said, look, I've given you many sacred books. And I said to you, unless you judge them, first of all, to judge them, you must read them. Before you could ever judge a book, you got to read it. So unless you judge them, I gave you all types of books, whatever. But unless you judge them, you shall be caught in a snare. I charge you, you shall accept nothing. Look at this. Nothing. Right? From who? From a man? From an angel? Or a God? They all lying. Don't accept nothing. God tell you in 1:1 of the Bible, in the beginning, the Elohim created the earth. You better say, how? And if he can't come with axiom, fact, figure, date, everything, he fake. If your God created the sun, moon, and stars, right? Who created the water? Because he was just coming around floating on it. You don't say he created no water. That's not till later on till somebody figured out that, oh yeah, we ain't never say that he created the water. Where did the water come from? He floated. Not only that, partner, show me how 2 parts of hydrogen interact with 1 part of oxygen and make water. What allows these unliving, unalive chemicals to bond and create a whole different physical substance now called water? What is that initial motion? Remember, I said you got to be able to look out there and see it today. And this, my friends, is why the faith is going to change the world. We already got the answer to the uniform field theory. It is vortex. It is the initial motion. It is, remember he said, I am. Do you know what we just did? That is sound creating motion. Right? Motion creates energy. Energy creates objects. Sound creating objects is called cymatics. There is rhyme, reason, function, structure, mind, and math behind of all creator. Then if you can admit that, if you admit that in any way the creation is not random, you've already admitted that there is a creator. If you even admit that there is a creation, you've admitted that there is a creator. Can you show me one watch without a watchmaker? Right. Well, then who is the earth maker? Who is the sun maker? Right? You shall accept nothing from men, angels, or gods, but you shall rely on your own inspiration from your creator directly. Such is my word, which I speak to your own soul. I never needed a middleman. I didn't need Jeebus, Buddha, Brahma. He allowed these things as stepping stones to him, to certain people at certain times. But when you in kindergarten, you don't stay in kindergarten forever. When you in 2nd grade, you don't stay in 2nd grade forever. When you're in 12th grade, you don't go back to 7th. You advance out of that understanding to a greater understanding. Just was so long that this ancient hidden understanding, many people think Owaspy knew. No, it's just only some people knew. Right? Many of the people who knew, right, you've heard of historically. Like your Yeshua. Your Yeshua knew. The great China knew. Capelia, Sakaya, who y'all call Buddha, he knew. Moses knew. Abram knew. Zarathustra knew. What I'm here to tell y'all is Cosmon Cal, Daryl Cosmon, Malachi Maccabee, Selah Shalom. We teach the same doctrine as Zarathustra. We teach the same doctrine as Abram. We teach the same doctrine as Yeshua. We ain't changed damn word. We ain't changed damn word. A false god How could the creator of all, who made man, listen, who made man perfect, right? He didn't make a mistake. Repent. That would if you repenting, that means it was something out of your control. Huh? Yeah. Creator don't repent of false. God said he did that. Just like the beast in man, you know, this demonic spirit, level of spirit, said that, no, I am not coming to bring peace. I am coming to bring a sword. I will put the father against the son, daughter against the mother. Your greatest enemy will be within your own home. Right? We see Jesus saying that in the Bible. In Owaspy, it is the beast. Sound more reasonable, the beast saying he's coming to kill everybody, than the so-called Prince of Peace. Right? These old stories were repackaged, right? And sold off into us, into many of the slave doctrines, right? Which what we call modern day religion. They was given right back to us. You know what I mean? And re-rocked with a purpose, but a lot of people don't understand why it worked is because the gods were smart. You dig what I'm talking about? We're not saying that they didn't have power. I'm saying that they didn't use it for good, and look where they at. If you ever praise the God of Jacob, right? First, Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, right? First of all, get this understanding. The real Israelites never, not one time ever praise the God. Never. Never. We always knew the difference between Geechee and Manito. We always knew the difference between God and the Creator. We always knew the difference between God and Lord. We always knew that God was big bro, and something else, the Great Spirit, made everything else. All right. What was that? Well, anyway, you know, it's cool. You dig what I'm talking about? But another thing she had brought out was she was talking about these guardian angels. You dig what I'm talking about? So first of all, Owaspy agrees with her. You dig what I'm talking about? That the Creator said he made us a perpetual judge. And the judgment that's going to be doing is we judging ourselves. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, well, I stand with her on that one. You know what I mean? On that idea.
But so sometimes people feel like, oh my gosh, well, I stole gum at this candy store or whatever it is, you know. And they're going to think, oh, I've got all these things going against me. But you got to remember, when you actually get to the other side, what you're going to be noted for is all the kindness that you have. It could be the simple thing as smiling at somebody. I mean, all those little gestures that we do that are kind add up, usually much more than what we think, or, oh my gosh, right? Terrible. Yeah.
It's interesting that you say that, because near-death experiencers also report that the little kind things that we do are more important than something that's big.
That's right. Yes, yes, yes. I totally agree. So we think whether we can donate $1 million to the elephants in Africa, you don't have to do that. It's the everyday little stuff.
Why do you think that is? I mean, is it maybe when you donate something big, there's intent behind it, whereas the little things are more pure?
I think the little things are more pure, but I also do believe that if you give something big like that, if it is of the pure of heart, yes, that's still going to add up, right? But if you're doing it for ego, to put it as a publicity statement or something, well, that's a little different.
I agree.
Yeah. And I mean, I know this is not really, I mean, I want to maybe just put this in here. I had a lady who, for sure, she had Archangel Azrael with her at the time of death.
No, now be careful now. No, this is when they take them spiritual eyes. They get to throw around these big old names, the Archangel Gabriel. But you ask them, what is an archangel? What do they do? What is their job? You dig what I'm talking about? They get the hemming and hawing. You dig what I'm talking about? Can't get a direct answer about nobody. You know what I mean? Hey man, hit the link, sub, like, share, bro. You dig what I'm saying? Right. Hey, and Mr. Miller, the whole story about the snake and all that, fake too. I'm just telling you the whole. Okay, remember Jeremiah 8:8, the pen of the false. How can we say we wise? The pen of the false scribes have done much in vain. You dig what I'm saying? What if I told you that the literal false scribes were the scribes of the Egyptians? And it is the story that we find in Genesis, Deuteronomy, that we find today, right? Today in 1611 or whatever, right? Is word for word the story of the Egyptian and not those of the Israelite. What if I told you we got the literal names of the lying scribes? Oh, I speak cold. What if you found out that your literal enemy wrote your obituary? You think it's going to be some revisions in there? Maybe a little twist and a little turn. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, probably. You dig what I'm talking about? Might be a couple little twists and turns up in there. You know what I mean? But the nigga who hates you write your story. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, the angelic power is real. Hey, listen, man. She got me when she got me when she hit me with the vortex. She hit me with the vortex, y'all. Hey, put a vortex in the chat, man. She hit you with the vortex. Listen, nobody is talking like this. Right? You got the people who hated you historically telling you your story. Y'all think it's the Israelite story. No. The Israelites kept their own text. Their text was outlawed. Remember they told you couldn't read and write and all that? That's what they told you. No, you kept your own history. Right? Remember when Daniel and all them was going through all that oppression and all that? We wasn't them. Those are Jews. Right? Those are the Jews, not the Israelites. The Israelite has never been a Jew. The tribes of Judah is how these people, the 12 tribes of Isaac, is how these people write themselves in your history. You think Levi is a son of Jacob, Israel. Levi is a whole house that existed before the time of Moses. And they don't even come from Israelite stock. I'm talking about Moses's great-great-granddaddy, his granddaddy, his great-great-granddaddy, great-great-granddaddy, granddaddy, daddy, it wasn't to his Moses's grandfather that anyone of that whole land became an Israelite. And he wasn't birthed one till Moses and Aaron them time. So it had to get 7 generations of line of light in there. You had to get 7 lines of iron in your genetics, or a line of light. Right? This is why they call it the God number, because it's 7, right, out of 11. Right? That lean you over the Odic rate. Boom. Now you head it upward. So this is what you do. This is how you do. You build the light up to people can be literally birthed as believers. You get them people, irons, who get it. This is where your mound builder stock come from. People who get it. Iron, that's all iron mean. I get it. Drug mean I don't get it. Or I can get some physical stuff, I just can't get the spiritual stuff. And that's okay too. But now, today in Cosmon, you dig what I'm saying? We have, Cosmon means balance. So in this era, we will have great physicality along with great spirituality all at the same time. And this is this lady's understanding, looking at the spiritual world and trying to understand it the best way she coming at it. And without an understanding of Owaski, it would sound just like this. But boy, it's some things she hitting on that unless you know, you don't even know. You don't know the body has a vortex around it, right? Most of y'all have no clue whatsoever that if you cut the lights off, your body emits light, right? If you don't believe this, right? If you don't believe, first of all, I'm going to throw the link in the chat. If you do not believe that your body gives off light, right? I'm talking about the human. Man, like me and you, right? That your body literally gives off light. If you don't believe it, hit the link, come on through, man. Tell Cosmo he on some bullshit. But if you know that because there is a vortex around your body, it emits light, hit me with a 5 in the chat. Hit me with a 5 in the chat if you know your body emits light. Huh? Hit me with a 5. If you don't believe that, hit me with a BS. If you know that you literally give off literal light, I ain't cutting no corners or trying to duck no smoke. I'm talking about literal light that you can see, right? That can be measured, right? If you think Cosmon on some crap, put BS in the chat. Okay, I see them fires kind of them fast looking heavy up in there. Gang know something though. Gang know something. You dig what I'm talking about? Gang know something. I like this lady though. I like her.
And this is one of those shared death crossings, but I was just like right there with her. I could see Archangel Azrael at the end of her
I
bed.
don't know about these names. Be careful
and
about them big old names.
Angels and the healers, and her little thing that she always did. She was a naturopathic physician, and I feel like she had 5 kids, and what she needed to cross over was something like Archangel Azrael versus, say, the everyday angel, the everyday human-sized angel. You know what I mean? Because she had such a pull here. And I'm thinking about the kindness that she did, because, you know, she worked as a healer. And I know from her point of view, she still wanted to continue her healing work. She was only 42. But she needed that huge angel. And then, you know, as I was with her and I was kind of crossed with her, I saw she was in a wedding. I was at the wedding too. She was walking down the aisle. So she was congratulated for, you know, her acts of kindness that she did for so many people.
Have you ever thought about why beings are forced to leave? Because I think most people don't want to die, but they're forced to do so through illness or whatever.
Right.
Have you thought about why that is?
Well, because we can only be here for so long, so we have to leave sometime. So we can't get out of it, whether it's 60 years, 100, or maybe, you know, as we're working towards our 500 years, there is a point of exit. So because we're in our human mind and we don't see the bigger picture. So we think we've got to stay to finish the job or we feel like where there's still more to do, but sometimes there's more to do on the other side that's maybe even more important. And I've noticed there's more younger people now dying. I see a lot more cancer in the younger group. I used to be, you know, young for my patients. Now I'm like in the middle. And
that's the diet, y'all. That's the diet doing that.
I forget what I was saying about that, but there's a shift. There is definitely a shift for people leaving earlier. I think sometimes when the people who are leaving earlier are going to come back, you know, in a more developed way, you know, even though, I mean, of course, that spirit's always going to be here, but part of their soul has developed enough now, they're going to come back perhaps as a teacher, even a greater role on earth.
AI is getting better and robots are getting better. Do you think it's possible that we can ever put our consciousness into a robot?
No.
How many hours do you work out to look like that?
I'm gonna just
I don't work
answer
out.
the question.
Yes, so how often do you meet with a dietitian? Never.
We're gonna see what she.
I don't go to the doctor anymore.
Say about
How do
it,
you stay so healthy?
Not really. Not the same as us.
It's
different. I think it can be guided by our consciousness. Another consciousness is guiding it. But I don't think that a robot will have that same consciousness. I believe there's consciousness in everything on earth. I believe the dirt, the rocks, the trees, they all have consciousness. As far as a robot, something that we make. Now, again, you know, this is not my studies so much, but I think if you combined a human with the robotic, you know, the human DNA, then I think it could have consciousness, but at a different way, in a different level, perhaps.
Some people believe that the interface between our consciousness and our body is through the pineal gland. So if they could somehow, I don't know, maybe put some kind of manufactured pineal gland, or at least put a human DNA pineal gland and attach it to something mechanical. I don't know. I'm getting far out into science fiction, but it kind of came up in a recent conversation with somebody, and I just thought I'd ask you.
Okay. It will never be the same. I feel that now. It's not going to be the same. We already have the perfect.
I agree.
Soft AI. I mean, we already have the perfect, everything in our body is already a miracle, already perfection. Now, of course, we can mess it up, we can improve it, but we have so much more capability than we believe we do. We know we put all this, oh, they're better than us, they're at the 5D or 12D or whatever, oh, the ETs must be higher. No, they are not higher. We are respected and honored just as much, maybe more, than some of the other civilizations that live in a higher dimension, that they live in harmony. They don't have the same duality that we have. So we are actually, in a way, more advanced because we have to work through all this duality that we have. Now, I know when I ask, and I'm still feeling like I'm asking my angels, it's not going to be the same. And also remember, it's a connection. The pineal gland does not live by itself in the human body.
Facts.
It is connected to everything else. It's connected to our heart. It's connected to our nervous system. It's connected to our hormones. So you'd have to have it everything. It's not going to be one little thing only. It's integrated.
Can you share some of your own experiences of shared death awareness?
Absolutely. So, and it's my favorite thing, by the way. I love this topic because it really makes us realize, it makes me realize that there is only life after life. So here's an example. I was knocking on the door of a lady. She was already in a coma. Her family was in one room. She was in a coma in the other room. But as I'm knocking on the door, this man in spirit, and I could see him pretty good. I mean, not like you and I, but I could see him. I could see his outline. And I felt him tap on my shoulder as I'm knocking on the door. And he gives me some flowers, a bouquet of red flowers. And he says, "Here, give her these. Let her know that I'm here." I thought, oh, wow. I mean, it was pretty strong. I couldn't not miss it. The big, bright red bouquet of flowers. So when I go in and I did tell the lady, okay, he's here to give you the red flowers. Now, she was in a coma. She could not respond to me. But it was such a powerful vision that I had of him. I told the family, and I don't normally just say, oh, I just saw this spirit do this. But I just could not do it because it was so powerful. And so I said, there was a man that, wanted to give her a bouquet of red flowers. And she said, oh, that's her husband. They were in their 80s when they got married. It was her third marriage. And every week, so he was like 83 when they got married. She was like 81. I mean, they met online, by the way. And then he moved up and they got married. It was crazy. He moved from California to Oregon. And every week he had on his phone speed dial the florist, and it was always red flowers every week. And so it's just like, again, here he was. After that, and after she passed, I checked in. I said, well, I wonder what they're doing now. What are they doing in spirit? So what I saw them doing, they were walking hand in hand in a garden. And she was telling them everything about what he had missed, since he passed. And it's like, she didn't realize he already knew somehow. I don't know how, but she just was like explaining, okay, we did this. And he's just listening. Like, of course he already knew, but he was just being patiently and listened to her walking in the garden. And when I asked the family, I said, I just saw them walking in the garden. They said, they used to always walk in the garden together where they lived. So that's one example. I mean, really, I have so many, but let me see here. Okay, just recently, last weekend, it was a family member who passed. Now, I never met the man. This is a man who lived in Galveston. I'm in Central Texas. I was on the phone with my aunt. It was her brother-in-law. We were talking about it, and he looked to be suffering. She was like, oh my gosh, he's suffering. He's gasping he can tell he's in pain. He's gasping for breath. He's not on any pain medicine. Like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, oh my gosh, tell him to do this, this, and this, right? But I mean, I don't have really over control of what they're doing. But when I tuned into him and I could feel, and I can just, I can easily move my awareness to his consciousness, and what's happening. I saw him already in spirit. He was already at the party, and he was getting an enormous hero's welcome. I mean, probably the biggest hero's welcome I can imagine. I mean, there were balloons. It was like a parade. There were kids. There were animals. There was picnic tables, food. I mean, all the gathering. Okay, and everybody was kind of in their everyday clothes, I would say. When I say everyday, just like what we are wearing. But then when he took his last breath, and I'm on the phone with my aunt, when he took his last breath, I saw him switch to a white tuxedo. and everybody else had switched to their formal attire, their long dresses, like they were showing up to a wedding or something. And the smile, the love, the overwhelming love was amazing. And it was so, even though we saw him, or the family saw him, looked to me like suffering, or they were saying, oh my gosh, he's suffering, he was already in spirit. So that's an example. I know. Oh, okay.
That's interesting, to say the least. Say the least, man. That's interesting. You did. That's crazy, yo. What y'all think about near-death experiences, man? You know, you think the people just be hallucinating? Or you dig what I'm talking about? Or do you believe that they be having a spiritual experience that, you know, when they come around, they was able to hold on to and remember because it happened for real in spirit? You dig what I'm talking about? You believe that really happened, or you believe they be faking? Because I ain't gonna lie to you, I know a lot of these niggas be faking. A lot of them. A lot of them be faking. You dig what I'm talking about? But in that, you know, there are many that I see that I know is telling the truth. Or at least I will tell you this. They're telling the truth to the best of their understanding and how they can explain it. So they're not lying. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just how they perceive it, you know. But then there are flat out fakes. People who not even spiritual, not even a little bit, who trying to tell you these spiritual things. You know? Just telling you. This is the type that turns into a TDJ. Joel Osteen, Creflo Dollar. You know what I mean? This is what they turn into. This type of spirit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? What Taz Vortex say? Taz Vortex say, no hallucination, just vision and dreams. All right? Yeah, because this lady wasn't dreaming. She was wide awake. You dig what I'm talking about? So we understand that as clairvoyance today. But as faithists, we understand this is suis. It's a spirit sight. And to explain this to you, how you see a spirit, you don't necessarily see it with your physical eyes, right? You see it with the same eyes you see your dreams with, right? The same tongue you taste in your dream. How? We know we do that because I didn't taste the stuff in my dream. I didn't felt stuff burn in my dream. I didn't flew in my dream. I didn't fall down and hurt myself in my dream and could feel it. You know, I heard people say things in my dream. How? What were you hearing with? Right? That the thing that perceives sound can't be seen, right? It's in man. It's his so-called spirit. It's actually his soul. Soul and spirit are not the same thing. They are, well, or they're two parts of the same thing. One lesser and one higher. The soul a little higher than the spirit. You know what I mean? That's just the separation of ether. Two parts of ether. right? So what's a LE, ELE? What's a ELE, Taz? All right, because let me see. Let me share this with the fam. An overall line, right, of understanding is that I believe the sister was trying to bring across was the fact that right there with man, you know what I mean, reacting with man at his death, at his life, is there was a guardian angel. And then another great point was that, you know, there were people who, or angels who took them somewhere. They didn't just walk by themselves, right? That's that one line of light in between all the stories. Don't matter, right? All the stories is that it's somebody else there, right? Who watching over, and when it's time, when they die, the spirit is ushered by other spirits into the light or wherever they go, right? But somebody ushers them, right? End of life experiences. I think that's I think they were just, you know, using the generic term near in NDE because everybody do it. You dig what I'm talking about? But yeah, end of life experiences. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Right? Let's learn about who some of these angels is. What are they called? What do they do? Right? And we get, because see, they could say they anything, but they prove themselves by their function, by what they do. Right? Anybody can say you are Israelite. Oh, I'm an Israelite. I follow the God. But it's not until you live and do as the Israelites do you truly are Israelites. And how do you prove that? Right? By your character and your deed. You must do what the Israelites did to be trying to claim you an Israelite. Blood ain't got nothing to do with it. Right? This is a thing of the seed. Ooh, ooh. Look, this is the Creator speaking, right? We're going to find out who these angels who are there watching over are, and who are the angels being ushering the spirit on, right? Where do you go? Right? And you know, and we're gonna line it up with what the function and character of the angel in the story is, to show you who objectively, right? Now, this is the Creator speaking. He's saying, I will allot to you a chief, right? A chief who is wise and experienced in founding what? Heavenly kingdoms. And he, this chief, right, shall appoint from among you angels, right? Officers, right? Don't they call angels messengers? Yeah, that's one of the functions of an angel. Just one. There are officers. There are what? Ashars. Anybody know what ashars are? There are asafs. We're going to see what an asaf is. And what? SNRs. An SNR, I will just give you this right now, is a spiritual musician. This is a singer, instrument player. This is a musician. They make music. That's a rank of spirit. And they be everywhere. You think what I'm talking about? The SNRs be playing that music. You dig what I'm talking about? If you ever had a spiritual experience and you heard that music, now for those who ain't never had a spiritual experience like that, where you've been able to go somewhere, right? There's oftentimes a music playing, bro, like you ain't never heard. You've never heard that like this, and it's layers upon layers of singing and music. These are made by the SNRs, or the spiritual singers. But we're gonna pay attention to these two close right here, the Ashars and the Asas, right? And the SNRs, and you shall be numbered and apportioned to your labors and places, right? So I'm gonna separate y'all up by these by officers, messengers, Ashars, Asafs, and musicians, right? You're gonna be numbered and put where you're supposed to go, like in the other lower heavens of my other worlds. So like they move it like an army, right? Now look, remember that chief who's setting everybody up? Okay, let's go see who he is. He who is chief shall be called what? God. Now, if y'all see that, right? If y'all see that this chief who has this group of angels, he just separated up. If y'all see that the chief angel who sets up a heaven is called a God, hit me with a vortex in the chat. If you see that, right? This chief angel who separated and sectioned up these other angels, right? If you see now, right, the one who sets up the heavenly kingdom or the government, right? He who is chief, right? That guy. If y'all understand that he is called God, hit me with a vortex. Right? Look what it say. Look what it say. He who is chief shall be called God of this heaven. Right? This one right here on earth. So that means there's others. He just told you, like he said, like in my other lower heavens on in other worlds. So he who is called, so he who is chief shall be called God. So God is the chief managerial spirit of a what? A heaven belonging to a earth. Right? The chief shall be called God of this heaven and the earth. So God is the chief managerial spirit of the heaven and the earth, which are now bestowed or given to how he want to do it, to his making, right? And look, and God shall have a council and a throne, just like a president, right? Haven't you always heard God had a throne? This is why. God is just not to be praised. This is your elder brother. God shall, remember these are angels. God is an angel too. He's a chief angel, nonetheless. But nonetheless, not to be praised. And God shall have a council and a throne within his heavenly city, and the place shall be called Horeb, because it is the first kingdom of God in this firmament, and he shall rule on his throne, and for it is his, and his council shall rule with him. In my name he shall have dominion over angels and immortals belonging to the earth. Now look, God, right, this chief angel, shall appoint what? Chiefs under him, who shall go down and dwell on the earth with mortals. Let's go find out what a chief angel that dwells on the earth with mortals, right, is called. Right? And the labor of these chiefs, right, shall be with mortals for their resurrection. And these chiefs, what? That labor and dwell on the earth, or land gods, Anki, Ea, Osiris, these chiefs, right, shall be called what? Lords. This is why your Lord. So actually, the Lord is one of the lowest emancipated angelic beings. So when they tell you the Lord is the Most High Lord, Lord God, the Most High, the Lord is actually the lowest. And the chief shall be called what? And these chiefs that dwell on the earth, not the chief one who called God, the ones who are under him, are called lords. For they are gods of what? Land. See it? Land, lords, lords of land, a ang, ki, o, se, ris, or oh, su. Why? For they are gods of land, which is the what? The lowest. This your Most High. Didn't your Most High tell you he was I am the Lord? I am a man of war. The Lord is my name. What? What is a Lord? He the Lord homie. Who work with directly with mortals. It don't even make sense that you did what I'm talking about. Big dog would do big stuff. He was send somebody else out in the ranks to do that. That's what you got a council for, right? But look, the Lord's is the lowest. They the low. This the most low. So when y'all praising the Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, you did when y'all doing all that? Understand that ain't the most high. That's the most low. What? That is the lowest rank. I'm talking about true, the real true Lord is the lowest rank of the commissioned gods. And God and his lords, remember, Lord God and Lord work for God. A Lord God is an angel who has both functions in the heavens and in the earth. That's why they work in the middle heaven, right? And God and his Lord shall have dominion from 200 and blah, 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 blah. Let me see. Let me go. Okay. And God and his Lord shall have dominion from 200 years to 1,000 or more years, but never more than 3,000 years, according to the regions of Dan or light, into which I bring the earth. So shall the terms be for the offices of my gods and my lords. Right? This is the creator telling God what it's going to be. And God and his lords shall raise up officers to be their successors. These officers shall be appointed and crowned in my name by the gods and his lords. At the termination of the dominion of my God and his lords, they shall in these my bound heavens gather together all those angels who have been prepared in wisdom and strengthened for the resurrection to my Ethereal kingdom. And these angels shall be called brides and bridegrooms to the Creator, for they are mine and in my service. Right? And I want to get down to right here. Because remember, we was talking about ashars and asafs, right? Let's go see what an ashar is. An ashar, they are guardian angels over what? Mortals, right? What is an asaf, right? An asaf are guardians angels over the spirits of the newly dead. And what? The musicians, the SNRs, are what? Heavenly singers and musicians. So remember those people that were standing and guarding over the people, those guardian angels that were watching the men were dying? They are called ashars. The reason you don't know that is because if your God ever taught you the ranks of angels, it would expose that he isn't the most high. He isn't the creator. That he tricked you into worshiping an idol called God, Lord God, and the Lord. And even worse, if he got you with the Trinity doctrine, with the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, you really didn't been spun for the God spell. You got the double patty God spell package. You dig what I'm talking about? They gave you 2 patties with cheese. You dig what I'm talking about? They hooked you up. They pimped your ride. If you got the 3-in-1 doctrine and don't understand that's about all creation, even you. But remember, the line is there is a guardian angel, right? And the asafs are guardian angels over the newly dead spirits. Remember those spirits that was ushering people on, right? Let's go look and see what they do, right? Right. Let's go look at what the Lord, what God, the ashars, and the asafs are doing. To prevent which God and the Lord shall provide these spirits in the first resurrection with places to dwell in and with occupations and opportunities. This is in heaven after you die, for education. For I do not desire them to remain bound to the earth. This is the Creator speaking. So what is he talking about when he's telling you that the new heaven is coming down to the earth in Jerusalem to be here? If the Creator here is saying, I do not desire them to remain bound to the earth, but to what? Rise up and inherit my Etherian kingdoms. And in this also you shall be discreet in what? Governing them, giving them light of my heavens, with some liberty to choose and to perfect themselves. Otherwise, they would only be slaves in heaven. According to their weakness or their strength, so shall you provide for these new spirits entering my spirit world. Right? S is a homage for the spirit world. Right? So, we see that these are new spirits entering, and we understand that asafs are guardian over the new spirits. So let's go look into what the asafs and the ashars do, right? Therefore, those of you who are appointed by my God, right, and my lords, as what? Guardians over mortals. So those of you who are angels, who are appointed by the chief angel, God, and his little homie, the Lord, right? As guardians over people, your name is Ashar. This is a rank of an angel. And, right, these are your guardians. Remember the all time they always talk about the guardian angels? The guardian angels are called Ashars. And you shall report to your respective lords. So they go back, the Ashars report to where the Lord of the land where they are, according to what? The section of the earth where you may be. And what? Ashar shall have many watches. All right. Every human on earth today in the cosmos has at least 4 guardian angels. This is why there's always somebody there. They work on what? Watches, work shifts. And look, this is for the living man, the Ashar, right? As guardians over what? Mortals. That means you live it. So there's a spirit that guards you while you're alive. He's called your guardian or your Ashar. And he works on shifts with other Ashar, right? But look, remember there's another angel. And those of you who are appointed to receive the spirits of the dead, right? This is where the pineal comes in specially, because it is out the crown or the crown chakra, the pineal, that the spirit is actually birthed, or upon your physical death, your body, your spirit exits out the crown of your head. You know what I mean? As attested to in a wasp. And those of you who are appointed to receive the spirits of the dead into heaven, right, shall be called Asafs, and you shall report to your respective lords in your kingdom. So remember, there's a person who guards over the physical man, and there's a person to, once that physical man dies, there is a spirit guardian who guards over the newborn spirit, right? Who just entered the spirit world. You just physically died, right? There are Ashars and Asafs, right? The Ashar shall what? What is the Ashar's job? Make a record of every mortal as to the grade of his wisdom and good works. So there is a record of the level of wisdom you got and your good works. This is what your angel is doing by you. And look, when that mortal dies, right? Remember, she said there was an angel there, and 2 more angels popped up and kind of pushed her by her hips, like saying, "Come on, let's get her before she don't change her mind." Right? And when a mortal dies and his spirit is delivered to the Asafs, right, the record shall be delivered with him. This record is many times misnomered as the Akashic record. That is the ideal of the place, right? That there is a record, a library in the heavens. That is true. But if you ask me, right, if you call it an Akashic record, that means you don't know what it is, because you haven't really truly been there. Because if you did, you would know it's not called Akashic record, right? You would know that. It would be so obvious that the record will be named after the person who writes it. So if you still calling it Akashic, that just means you don't know what you're talking about. You giving vague opinion. You subjective. Super subjective. There's nothing wrong with being subjective, but be real about it. And these spirits, and his spirit is delivered to the Asafs, right? And the record shall be delivered with him. And the Asafs, right? Remember these angels that receive the newborn spirit, receiving, shall deliver the spirit along with his record. Remember, they talk about that light they going to. This is where they're going. Oh, the light. Walking to the light, Caroline. Don't walk into the light, Caroline. Into that place in these heavens which is adapted to his spiritual grade, where he shall be put to work and to school according to the place of the resurrections which I created. So how you live in this life prepares you for how you gonna live in the next. Because you got a record coming with you that somebody recorded every second, emotion, thought, everything that you did. He was right there the whole time, working on shifts, doing nothing but watching you, inspiring you. As you shall thus become organic in heaven with rulers, teachers, and physicians, and with capitals, cities, and provinces, and with hospitals, nurseries, schools, and factories, so shall you also ultimately inspire man. Right? So as these things were built in the heavens, it was inspired for man to build them on earth, to do the same on earth, to do the same things. This is where your idea of as above, so below come from. So remember, the whole idea was that we was looking for angels who stood by and guarded, and then some angels that once the spirit came on, ushered them into the so-called light to where they go. We find that these graders are called asafs. When that newborn spirit or you die is birthed into the spirit, they are ushered like a baby. You dig what I'm talking about? Like a mother and a father would. You usher that spirit into the next world, and it goes off to be graded and put into a heaven that suits its learning capability. What you would call a resurrection. A resurrection is like a school. First resurrection, second resurrection, third resurrection. Now, in those resurrections, there are levels. Right? So you can have first resurrection, you can have a second level in the first resurrection. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. This is how you gain angelic titles. There's an angelic title called a physician. Remember, they said teach man, like you got on the earth. The physician is an angelic rank. Did y'all know that? But look, I ain't gonna browbeat you, man. There's a lot of information. You dig what I'm saying? You know, it's love and light, man. As always, I'm not gonna keep you too long. Anybody want to come in? I'll drop the link again. Come on, holla at your cousin them. Come on, holla at your cousin them. Been in 3 hours. So, oh. I got somebody in the back. Taz Vortex, what up, though? Peace, love, and light to your family. Love, light, and balance. What's the word?
Peace, Cosmo. Peace, man. Hey, this Ben from Facebook just let you know off rip, dog. Hey, bro, I'm loving your lessons, bro.
What's going on, this being Bass?
Yes, sir.
What up, though, boy?
What's going on with you, man?
Oh, man, ain't nothing to it, family members. You know, just up here topping it. You dig what I'm talking about? Giving them some good game, seeing what's going on around here. You dig what I'm talking about? My people, because it don't matter what they believe, it just matters about what they know. You dig what I'm talking about?
Exactly. Oh yeah, for sure, man. And you struck a nerve with me today, bro. Because this, yeah, hell yeah. Like I just want to come on and provide some context on the ELEs. Because man, yeah, bro, I've been looking this up for probably about a year and a half now. And the difference between the ELE and the NDE, like an NDE, a near-death experience, is basically when somebody goes into a fatal accident,
right?
And then they get pushed out of their body and go and travel into the astral worlds and all into the ether and stuff like that,
right?
But the ELE it's a different experience because it's a lot slower, and the thing about the ELE is, I would say probably about 90% of the global population is going to actually go through it, because we all got to go through a natural, well, not all of us, but most of us are going to go through a natural death. And that's where the ELEs take place at. Like it's like a natural process before you die.
Yeah. I understand that, but I see how how they explain it, that it's really two different separate experiences. I agree.
Like it's crazy too, man, because like the beautiful thing about it is Creator is just so magnificent. Even if you done had a rough life, he gonna give you a chance to get that shit right before you even pass on to the next. Like what I was saying also is like the book called Death is But a Dream is by Dr. Christopher Kerr. He's the one that actually made ELEs more objective to the scientific community.
His last name Kerr?
Yeah, Kerr.
Yeah.
Okay, so he went through and he gathered, I think it was like 1,400 patients. Out of those 1,400 patients, it was about 95% of them that had dreams and visions, and they basically was relaying their dreams and visions to him, bro. And when I say it's crazy, I'm talking about a World War II veteran going back to the Battle of Normandy, just his ASAV coming to him and letting him know through another person that he knew during that battle, just basically letting him know, like, it ain't all on you. You can let this stuff go, just trying to help him ease himself into the next life, make his weight a lot lighter. And it's a lot of people that need to hear that shit, because I feel like it's a whole lot of us that go through our life just hampered by our life and wondering what's going to happen to us next. Shit, our Father done already thought a way to get us out of it, man.
Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? And the crazy part is that makes sense. If he gotta know this is going on, and he gotta know this is affecting his people. So guess what? There got to be a remedy coming.
Yeah.
There has to be a remedy, because you ain't the creator then.
Right.
You ain't the creator if you didn't see this come. And then give your people a way to, like, say, wait a minute, no, that's the banana in the tailpipe. You know what I'm talking about? No, that's the banana in the tailpipe, bro. We not falling for that one, man.
Right, man. It
go the other way.
It's crazy, because
that's prophecy. That's what it is. You dig what I'm talking about? And so, that is dope. Have you had any experiences yourself with near-death experiences or end-of-life experience?
Actually, I was gonna bring this up. Like, so there is a lady that I love to the death of me. Her name is Granny Bunny. She's one of my close friends, great grandmothers. And whenever I go over his house, bro, that's the first place I go to. I go chop it up with Granny Bunny all the time. Whenever
shout out Granny Bunny, man.
Bro, I'm telling you, she the realest. Straight out of Nashville, Tennessee, dogs. She the realest. So
shout out Granny Bunny, man.
When I was talking to her, I usually ask her the questions I know her family ain't gonna ask her. But when older people get towards the end of their life, they ready to let it all go, and they want somebody to listen to them. You feel me? So I'm usually there to just ask her the things that I know her family ain't gonna ask her. And I was going through the ELE studies, so I was like, matter of fact, let me go ahead and ask Granny Bunny if she had any dreams or visions. So I went ahead and asked her. She was like, no. Well, at first she was like, no, not really. I mean, nothing too out of the ordinary. But then she was like, matter of fact, no, I remember this one dream I had. It was me and all my family members. We was up partying, playing spades. We was having the best time. And then I remember the dream was about to end, and they all walked through the door. And I was coming to go behind them. And then they turned around, they looked at me, and they told me, it ain't your time yet, but don't worry, you'll be coming with us soon. And they walked out the door and closed it, and she woke up. I was like, whew, damn. That's like, oh, that's some real time shit. That shit gave me some goosebumps, bro. Because I was like, not only is this shit real, anybody can test this shit out with the closest person near. Like, damn, bro. I was like, hold on, man. This is crazy. And I ain't want to drop too much knowledge on her because I ain't want to scare her or nothing. But I was like, I didn't know you near it, but I'm happy for you because I see exactly where you're gonna be at. You know? Goodness. Man, how about yourself?
That was crazy. I was just checking this video out, man. My bro had sent this morning, and you know it's some, you know, as a faithist, there's some keywords.
Yeah.
You think what I'm talking about? Like when a person talking, you think what I'm saying? It's just, you know, I mean, they're like faithist dog whistles. You think what I'm saying? When somebody vortex, you be like, brr.
them ears, boy.
Brr. We're wrong, Raggy. You think we'll talk about Black Rain?
Yeah.
Black Rain looking over there crazy. It ain't showing no screen yet. You can hear me, Black Rain?
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah. But yeah, man, you did what I'm talking about. That, you know, when them words, you know, that you judge yourself. You dig what I'm trying to say, huh? Wait. What are you saying, lady? You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, you go to heaven. Everybody's worried about him. You go to heaven. You're going to be the one doing all the judging. I said, dang. Okay. Then she hit me. She twisted my cap when she hit me with the when you're dying, that vortex is getting smaller. So I said, you see in the vortex, cuz? Okay, all right. You think what I'm talking about? And it's just some, you know, and when she said shimmery, it's not like it's just like bright, it's shimmery. I can see it has substance. I said, come on, man.
It's like it comes straight out the Owaspy, man.
You're right. I'm like, man, come on, man.
And these folks don't even know it too, bro. It's crazy.
They're not hip at all.
Yeah.
You did what I'm talking about? I'm wondering, I've looked into a lot of these people, but a lot of these people don't know each other, and they just random people. But the one thing that I found about damn near all of the clairvoyants, especially the good ones, right, is they are all vegetarian.
Yeah. Hey, it's crazy too, because my granny bunny, she don't eat nothing else, but I already know what to bring her if I'm going over there, because everybody making all that meat, but I'm bringing a straight watermelon. She gonna tear the whole thing up by herself, boy.
Right. That thing like candy when especially when it's hot. That thing is that water. Listen, you can make fun of me. That's a Negro stereotype if you want to. I will hurt a watermelon. Well, I put a watermelon in a figure four. You ever seen a watermelon get in the figure four?
Hell no, boy.
My head locked it. A watermelon down. That's one of my favorites, bro. I ain't gonna front. I love watermelons and apples.
For sure.
Man, what's going on with you though, bro? Man, how everything going, man?
Shit, everything going good, bro. I can't complain too much. Just over here taking care of business, taking care of the wife and kids.
That's right.
Gotta do my thing. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you also. The Owaspy also brings up the ELEs in the Book of Knowledge, chapter 6, verse 4 through 6. I forgot to let you know that.
So hold on. What? Wait. You know, we don't turn down no fades. We got to go look at it.
Yeah.
Say,
Book of Knowledge, chapter 6.
Hold on. Oh, my shit's moving slow. Let me close some of this stuff out.
Hell, you can start at 3, honestly.
Peace to the great Cosmo and Cal.
Oh man, Black Rain in this thing. What it do?
Oh man, sending blessings and shout outs to the Creator Gang.
Man, it's crazy, man. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on, man. What you think about this lady being able to, you know, kicking that knowledge like she was kicking, man? What you say was the book of what?
Yeah, Book of Knowledge, chapter 6. Okay. You can start at verse 3 and it'll go all the way through 6. And it briefly describes it too. I knew exactly what it was when it came out. I think it was Bronze that actually brought it out when I first heard it. As soon as he said it. Go ahead.
Book of Knowledge, chapter what?
6.
6. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Book of Knowledge, chapter 6. Man, 3 a monster. That mug got like 100 some verses in 3.
Right.
Here we go. Let me just drop down.
Yeah, but Bronze brought it out one day, bruh, and I knew exactly what he was talking about because I was in the middle of my studies when he first brought it out too. It's like, damn, that is crazy. And you done already talked about the ASAPs and the Ashars and shit, bro. It's all deep as hell.
6, starting at 6-1.
You can start at 6-3.
6-3.
Mm-hmm. And go all the way to 6-6.
All right, 6-3. Okay, let me blow it up for the people. All right, and you say this is the ELE, right? Experience an expression of an ELE in Owaspy.
Yes.
Let's check it out real quick. This is the Book of Knowledge, 6-3. It says, as a man lives on earth acquiring perfections or imperfections in spirit, so will he enter the spirit world at death. Death is the severing knife that separates the corporeal man from the spiritual man. The former, right? The corporeal man, right, returns to the earth. But the latter, the spiritual man, survives and in time rises upward. By death, man suffers the loss of companionship of mortals, but is quickened and united with those he loved before. A new world is open to him, full of light and splendor, fitted to his spirit, even more glorious and real than the corporeal world was to his mortal part. They talking about in the heavens, y'all. As a corporeal man requires corporeal food, clothes, and shelter, a habitable place to dwell, so does his spirit require similarly, as is so provided within atmosphere, but spiritually. Right? So you go just like your physical body need physical food, physical clothes, and a place to live. Your spiritual body needs spiritual food, spiritual clothes, and a place to dwell. Right? So you are given spirit food in the spirit, just like you are given corporeal or physical food in a physical life. The first habitable place in the spirit world, right, or in the spirit world, is on the earth, right, and around near the earth, and mostly within the same house where he dwelt in mortal form. But the spirit is subtle and moves not as corporeal things move, but having power and presence with friends and kin at remote distances.
Cause, man, wait till I drop it on you, God.
As if all was in one place, for such is the nature of the S world. Spirit exists within corporea, and by this means the dead are able to manifest to the living. However, to those living who have no consciousness of their own spirit, the spirits of the dead cannot manifest intelligibly.
You can stop right there if you want to. It's crazy, man, because like literally if you go through and look up these ELEs, like you can type in videos, I think of deathbed experiences, what they call them or something, and the first thing that first thing they gonna say is we see our relatives.
or they see somebody. It's a human. It's a man.
And a lot of times they don't even realize it's their relative because it's probably their great grandfather or something that they never met.
They never met him.
And I think when it says in verse 6, another thing that they always say is that world that they was in feels way more real than the world that they in right now. I think that's the biggest part right there. That'll give me a mic drop. I don't know about y'all, but shit, I'm ready for the real world to start. God damn it.
He say, let me see what he say. He say, a new world, right? A new world is open to him, full of light and splendor, fitted to his spirit. That's dope. So you're going to go to a heaven, right? That's perfect for you specifically, right? You're going to end up finding out there's a whole bunch of more people that light is sufficient for also.
Yeah.
And then you're going to also notice that there are those above those. You're going to go to a heaven full of light and splendor, fitted perfectly to your spirit, but even more glorious and real than the corporeal or physical world was to his more. How can it get more? How can it be more real?
Man, that's the question that I always have.
So Jaja really the realest. Bro, what get more real than real? Yeah, bro. Oh man, me and being out of here, cause we
I'm trying to tell you.
I got to see this. You got to show me. What's more real than real? Huh?
Yo, Cosmo.
No, Rain.
Yo, you want to know what's even more realer? They say that sleep is the twin sister of death, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you be dreaming, right, everything in your dream you can actually feel in your dream.
Facts.
All right. So I'm gonna share this with you, right? And I'm gonna tie in how the spirit of a person that passes away can actually tap into a person who is actually still corporeally living and is sleeping in a dream. And it's also in the Owaski. I can't remember where it's located at, but it also says that in the Owaski that when a spirit comes to you, when a spirit comes to you, it touches you. And when he touches you, it does certain things to you. I can't remember what those things were. I got to go back to that particular chapter.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So I'm gonna share this part of the dream with you. I was on Rikers. I'm in New York City, so I was on Rikers Island a couple of years ago, years and years ago. So I'm laying in the bed on Rikers Island, and you know how you just be listening to the old school slow jam music.
Yeah.
So it kind of like put me in a deep state of sleep. And when I went to sleep, automatically I popped up into a dream. And in the dream, I was down south in South Carolina in my grandmother's house. And as soon as I went inside the house, my grandfather was standing at the kitchen near the doorway where my great grandmother's room was. And he was like, I was waiting for you. Come in the room. So as I'm walking towards him and coming to the room, he's like, yo, your granny want to talk to you. So I'm talking to granny, and she's like, yeah, you behave yourself, make sure you do the right things, yada, yada, yada. So I'm like, okay. So as I'm standing there talking to her, you know how like you could smell like dead, rotten meat?
Yeah.
So I smelled that in the dream. So automatically I turned around and walked, I said goodbye. I turned around and walked away. And when I walked away, boom, I woke up out of the dream. And when I woke up out of the dream, the same stench was still in my nose incorporeal real life. That's number one. Number two is I cried as soon as I woke up. A tear rolled down my eye. That let me know that that was real. And
it's also in another part in Owaspy where it tells us the angels, your guardian, your Ashar, creates your dreams for you. While your body is sleeping, he uses what you would call like a dream. It's really a video. He plays lessons to learn.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about. Sometimes you remember them, sometimes you don't, but your subconscious or your soul actually remembers everything.
Mm-hmm.
You ever been able to? This is weird, and I've done this before, but it was weird. I didn't know how this happened. You ever woke up from a dream and be like, "Dang, it's weird" or whatever, right? And went to sleep and started right back into where you left off.
Yep, right back into and didn't miss a beat.
That's because somebody paused it. You got up, you used the bathroom, you got you some water, you laid back down, went right into that dream. That nigga press play. It went boom. Because listen, you ain't got to believe me. But it's like okay, I don't want to get into it, but it's like a video screen. They shoot the video to your mind's eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Play it to your mind's eye or your spiritual eyes. And those are called dreams. You dig what I'm talking about? But they don't come from your mind. You never have a dream. Never comes from inside you.
I agree.
Yeah, they are always something from outside of you being, because your guardian always protects you.
Mm-hmm.
So he's always trying to teach you something. But remember, different times of your life, you've heard different voices speak. That voice ain't always sounded like you sound.
Mm.
That nigga that told you to shoot that nigga, I heard that nigga too. He sure didn't sound like me.
Yeah, definitely.
He didn't sound like me. Now that I'm just being real, cuz thinking back on it. That nigga was evil.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? Real time. I'm just being real with you. You dig what I'm saying? But you ever seen okay, imagine you ever seen them those little what you call those little things, those the little satellite dishes that your cable, like the
be
little
connected to, yeah,
the little ones.
Mm-hmm.
You did they put them in people's yard. They kind of like got a little slight bend in them.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? That's what the dream machine looked like. It's thin, it's black. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's curved, and it's got these bunches of little lights in there. You dig what I'm talking about? Like little itty bitty lights, and they put it around your head while you're sleeping, around your spirit, the head of your spiritual body, right? And they play it, and it's a dream. You watch it. You dig what I'm talking about? That's it, and that's what it do. The dreams never come from you. Man is always inspired, always 100%.
Yeah.
Even when you think the thing came from you, it didn't. You dig what I'm talking about? It didn't. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is how I cannot be held accountable in some instances, because I was under a false dichotomy, under a false God, doing these false rules, which in a sense, if we going by the biblical narrative, shit ain't bad, nigga. Jesus stole some shit. Didn't Jesus donkey?
Yep.
Jesus sent the goons down there in town and stole this nigga donkey. And they told him this. He said the nigga came out there. He's like, man, who told y'all to steal this? He said, nigga, Jesus of Nazareth told us to come down here and get this. We'll get you back, player. He took that man a donkey It never paid him back. It ain't nowhere in the story Jeebus paid him back.
Have you been here before?
But the donkey got took. So this is what we're looking at now. And that's that new revelation, man. Hey, listen, man, this is crazy. Owaspy is nuts, and it's showing because I got this in a vision. The only real like true vision I would say I ever had. That vision led me to Owaspy. Actually, it didn't even tell me nothing about Owaspy in the vision. It just so happened to lead me on that path, but it didn't point me in Owaspy into Owaspy's direction. Didn't tell me nothing about no book.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about. It explained everything that I was ever thinking about.
The book just confirmed
what I already knew.
Yup. Same here. I've always believed that there was a creator. I've never believed in a God. You know what I mean? Not to that extent. It was always pumped into my head like that. But I've always had to question it. Like, yo, why does God always let bad things happen? Or why did that baby, die so quickly? And why would God do something like that? You know what I mean? So
and listen, them questions that good men like me and you have asked forever. The same damn question. I've asked that same question. You've asked that same question. If you a believer in a creator, a great spirit, or God, or anything, you have asked this question. If you a good person, why do you let these people suffer?
Yeah,
you dig what I'm talking about? Every good person have asked this question. Come to find out, it's the first book in Owaspy.
Yep.
It's called Hey, the voice of man. The thing that all good men have asked. We've asked these same questions. It's the answers to the first, or to all them questions in the very first book. Crazy.
Yep.
Crazy. The nigga say I ain't teach nothing different than Zarathustra. Then I talked to Abraham. Then I talked to Moses. Then I taught the Chinese, the Buddha, Sakaya, to Yeshua. I didn't teach nothing different. Now, the remnants of the Algonquins in America are the ones bringing it out. And guess what? They not saying nothing different neither.
Nope.
Right.
Nope.
Nothing.
I'm just
not
disappointed.
A word, not a tittle.
I'm so disappointed that
it's so powerful. I would be stupid to mess with it. You think what I'm talking about? I just need to tell it. Here, look, boom. I bet you can't do it like this. Huh? I bet you can't show in heaven that the heaven is more real than real life. Nigga, you didn't even think of that. What are you talking? Nobody has ever thought of that. Till we was up here just pointing this out. Nobody had ever put that in question form.
Man, what I showed, no, I didn't.
I didn't. This might be the first time that has ever been done. How do you prove that heaven is realer than reality? Dang. Can that even be? Is there an objective source, right, saying that this even happens?
Right.
Come on, man. What? We don't even know the questions to ask. So that means, guess what? Eric questioned a good one. Eric questioned a good one in.
Can't get around
It's crazy. Owaspy is nuts, bro. I don't see how people don't see this.
They see it, they just don't want to open their eyes to it and bear witness to it and ingest it. And it's the same thing with the NOI lessons and the 5% nation lessons. I keep reverting back to that because brothers and sisters back in those days used to push that down people's throats in order for the people to wake up.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of us came from that, bro. A lot of us. Me too.
I know. But there's a lot of us that's still sleeping.
True.
Still knocked out.
True.
And then we talking about that era.
Look. But the crazy part is, I would still have to admit, the God body got it the closest.
Yes.
They got it. You know, people would call them pseudo. You dig what I'm talking about? They would call them pseudo. But actually, in actuality, what they teach, do treat others like you want to be treated. Do under others, but they also teach that there is a creator, even though they say that they are God.
Mm-hmm.
God is still the creation. They was the closest.
Yep.
So niggas can make fun out of all that shit. The peace God, because they was really right. They was really God. They just didn't know how to prove it. Nobody, God had never came back before and told us what God is. You gonna be God in a little bit. Nobody said that. Nobody said that to Owas. This is how you are God. Every man dies. When that spirit dies, when you die, your spirit is birthed into the heavenly realms, right? Once you enter into that spirit realm, you are called an angel. From your birth into the spirit, you go into school, into learning, and you get to one level, second level, third level. You're all the way up, like till you get to 12th to graduation.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing here. It's the same thing there in the spirit. Except he created death for the physical body so you can inherit your spiritual part of your inheritance. But because he started you at 0, you didn't know shit as a baby. When you came out, you didn't know nothing. Nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? You didn't know anything. You dig what I'm talking about? Because he started you off like that at 0. He says, I will advance you or raise you up forever. That's a dog. Wait, I had to think about this. Forever is a real long time.
Man, what? I be trying to tell people, man. Like, folks think they know what eternity is, bro. You ain't got no clue.
Bro, listen. Somebody try to sit still for 12 hours. You did what I'm talking about. You be squirming and listen. You did what I'm saying. Boy, I couldn't even forever. That's a long concept. Man, 100 years is a long time. 5 years is a long time. You do forever though? I mean, like, never stop. And then the crazy part is that means it's some gods, right? So old and so powerful, you would mistake them for the creator, right? You could probably mistake them for the creator. So powerful, right? But they are as far from the creator as me and you are. They have lived eons older than our galaxy. You dig what I'm talking about? Them niggas like 100 years after the goddamn creation of the universe. Oh, and they ain't no closer to the creator than you is right now. And they ain't no more further than the creator than you is right now.
Now that's gangster.
That's gangster. That's Papa. That's big dog. That's the nigga I've been looking for. I was looking, bro. I've been looking a long time. And then now that I'm looking back on it, he brought me through a bunch of stuff to learn a bunch of stuff so I can get an open enough mind to receive this type of light and be able to say, dang, I was duped. You got to be a real nigga to admit that you got, bro. I don't care what nobody say. That hurt.
Make you put your pride
admit
down
that a
real
nigga
quick.
got you. You ain't real. Listen, to admit that a nigga got you, you got to have some real in your guts.
Oh yeah.
Don't nobody admitting that. You did what I'm talking about. Yeah, that nigga just whooped shit out me. I was a whole other. No, ain't nobody admitting that. You dig what I'm talking about? And then and it's crazy, man, how people is they be telling me like, hey, I don't even know how I got to your channel, bro. Like I heard some whoop wop and I just checked into it and like, dang.
Yeah, like Selah Shalom just popped up on my timeline.
Say it again, bro.
Selah Shalom just popped up on my YouTube timeline, and I just popped on his page real quick, and the first thing he was talking about was the ranks and titles of angels.
That's so important, ain't it?
And right there, I subscribed to his channel. And then when he put me on, what he did was he gave a shout out to you, and you're welcome. And when he gave a shout out to you, I was like, oh shoot, let me plug in the Cosmon Cal joint too. So when I plugged into yours, that's when y'all was talking about, basically, the same book. So I was like, all right, well, he's talking about the spiritual part, and the brother over here is talking about the historical part. So let me just keep tying in. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me get that book real quick. You know what I mean?
So yeah, real quick, man, because I don't want nobody talking over my head.
Yeah.
I want to see, because look, bro, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't get led to a waspy. That's not the information I got. You dig what I'm talking about? But they told me, you ain't got to believe me, bro. Spirit told me, and he laughed. And man, I don't even want to say it. Okay, but Spirit told me, right? Spirit told me. I don't want to describe everything, but the Spirit told me nothing about Owaski. This 2013, right? It told me I was supposed to look for Selah. And it said his name means peace, peace. And they laughed. The angel laughed. He was like, his name means peace, peace. Like it was stupid. You did what I'm talking about? No, you know what I mean? No, I'm just saying. But it was like funny. Like it's like he had a homeboy next to him or something I couldn't see. Like, dog, his name is peace, peace.
Right.
You think that's what the Spirit is? And I don't, because honestly, I can't tell you how I even ran across Selah, but I know it was online. It was on YouTube. You dig what I'm talking about? But I just happened to stumble across, and I think the very first lesson I seen was I think it was, I'm not sure.
Timetables of prophecy.
But the one that stood out the most, and I start going into the thing, was Abraham. I said, when he did the joint on Abraham, I'm like, what the hell is he reading? It made no sense, bro. It made no sense that you would want me to kill my son for any reason. I never believed it.
Yeah.
Why would you want a human sacrifice? Why? What are you getting out of killing this boy, God? Is it like a goat or something? I mean, couldn't we get a turtle to sizzle in here or something? I mean, we can't do nothing but a boy. I always knew that didn't sit well with me. And I knew from a child that's human sacrifice. That's sick. So I start questioning as a young child. Because I grew up in this shit, Bible thumping, and I could already read by the time I was 1-2 years old. I was already reading and writing. You dig what I'm talking about? So, man, I already knew something was wrong. When they told me, hey, listen, this what got me. I was probably this is when it really set in. I probably about 6 or 7. Right. And I because I had heard the story before, right? But it really sit in at this time. And they tell us the story about Jonah and the whale. And I asked the teacher then, I said, so the man lived in the fish belly? She was like, yeah, it was a miracle. In my mind, I was like, you can't live in no fish. Listen, bro. So I'm about 6, 7, 8 years old around in there, man, and it's been on ever since. It's been on ever since. I damn near shit myself when I got baptized.
What happened, bro? God.
Bro. Bro, man, listen, bro. I was fine, bro. I was having a good day, you know. I'm about to go get baptized. I'm 10 years old, man. I'll never forget this. You know, so I'm a big dog. I play football, everything. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm fine, bro. I'm fine, bro. I get in the water. I got the little cloth on, you know, the little robe and all that. I'm fine, bro. Everything cool. It's the pastor's son, and he doing the thing. He doing a little prayer, and bro, I swear I don't know what happened. Soon as he leaned me back and dumped my body up under the water, bro. Instantly, everything locked up. Blah. My whole stomach went crazy. I almost shit in the pool, bro. Listen. I didn't even wipe my eyes or nothing. I came straight up out the water, already running. Already running, bro. Holding my shit, bro. I'm trying not to shit on myself. Right. And there's a little back stairs that go back behind the little baptismal thing. Mm-hmm. Right? Where you can go straight down to the back way downstairs to the little changing room. Man, I barely made it, bro. Barely made it, bro. My whole body it was like electricity went through me. And my guts shook loose so crazy, bro. And then after that, I was straight. I felt weird, but I was straight. But my body went crazy when I got baptized, bro. I knew it was something wrong then.
Yeah, that'll definitely raise your antennas after that. I swear.
And then the big brown shark came. Miller, he said, I heard you going at Judah Nazareth, man. Listen, man, that debate, I did bro bad. I did bro bad, man. He admitted that he would kill his child, bro. That was weird. You did what I'm talking about? Listen, my creator not going to tell me to kill my baby, man. He's not going to do it, man.
They say it with such confidence, too, bro. That should be killing me, dog.
Hell yeah. That little nigga ass out of here, cuz. Damn.
That nigga barbecue. Like, hold on.
That nigga mildew, nigga. And then the crazy part is there's a whole way you got to prepare this this sacrifice. You got to cut the head off, the limbs off, take the guts out, the fat, sprinkle the blood over here, think this over this, woo, woo, woo. And then you got to burn it. You about to do that to your baby? Wow. And then, bro, like you said, they don't even hesitate. Hell yeah. That nigga is scared of here, cuz. I ain't like that little nigga no way. I ain't like him no way, dude. You hear me? Hear what I'm saying, Ben? Biggest one. I like big bowls of collard greens. I got you up in here eating up my collard greens, cuz. What?
Crazy as hell, boy.
Crazy. You know what I mean? But dude, man, I don't get it. I don't get it. But I think I do get it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because in the Bible, I will admit this, and this is why it's not their fault. This is why it's not their fault. And this is why Lou Mong and them got to clean up their mess, whoever, Triune, they got to clean up their mess in the end of the day. Because it's really not their fault. But dude, you don't even never ask why?
Yep. They waited to the end of the book to tell you to test the spirits.
Hold on, wait. They tell you to test the spirit, but they don't teach you how. How do you test the spirit? Okay, I'm gonna test. The story they tell about Abraham, he ain't even try to test the spirit. He's like, gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to sacrifice it? I'll buck dance for you, God. I'll kill a little nigga for you. Yo, they say he didn't even question it. Like, you know what I mean? He didn't even question it, bro. In that story, and it was so refreshing. It was so refreshing to hear that, bro. That's a lie.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And the reason you remember it is not because even of the Bible story, it was already being passed around.
Yeah.
Because bunches of people seen it. And then the crazy part is these dudes they said Moses and Abram themselves. Books. Whole Chronicles could have been written about just the miracles they did.
Right.
Not nothing else. Just the miracles. Bro, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Especially being purposely made to do it? Boy.
Man, I knew that story was fishy though. Whenever I was going through the book of Jasher, and the book of Jasher even told you that it was an evil angel. Then I went back to the Bible. I was like, hold on, what the fuck? Why is it telling me something different over here than what it is over here?
Right.
And I'd rather listen to the one where Abraham actually realizes it's the evil angel than this nigga just going willy-nilly and going to kill his son.
Right. He didn't, and then to find out Moses wasn't a killer.
Yeah.
You did what I'm talking about, to find out that the OG Moses wasn't the killer. He didn't look left and right and kill the goddamn Egyptian and bury him in the ground. You did what I'm talking about? I always wondered about that.
Right.
Why would the creator of peace send a murderer as his prophet? I'm just saying.
And not only that, he was a general of all the wars in the wilderness.
Right.
Literally all of them.
He killed Balaam and them, right?
Yeah. Nigga had to hold up his arms just so his whole army could keep killing motherfuckers. Like, hold on.
Word, yo. Come on, man. Sometimes you know what it is? We don't slow down and actually read what it's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it. It's a nigga in the field with a gold snake on holding his arms up And there's niggas fighting around them, killing the shit out of each other.
Yep. I mean, you said it too.
Don't put nothing else on it. Just what it say. That shit crazy.
You said it too, bro. Where they always get us is in Sunday school. As a kid. Give us the pictures, all the pictures that make it look nice and sweet. When you go through the Old Testament, that's one of the most bloodiest books I've ever read in my life, bro. Like, damn.
You know what I'm saying? I and then I go into the text. There is what is it? What is it? 20? No. It's 2.84 million people are killed by God in the Bible in just the 66. 2.8 million by himself. 64,000 of them are just infants. In one book.
Yeah.
This is crazy, bro. And the thing is, I feel crazy because I didn't see this shit before. I mean, I kind of, and I guess watch me turn the light on, but I didn't see it like I see it now. It's, you know what I mean? I guess that's growth, though.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. I mean, one of the things that definitely got me when I first got serious about the Bible was when this nigga repented for ever making humans. I said, hold on. Like, what the why the fuck we here then? Like, if you don't got trust in us, you ain't got no faith in us. Why are we here, bro? Like, that shit killed me, man. I could not understand that.
That was crazy, man. That is crazy, right? And then to get the breakdown on that story, because that's really the flood myth. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What comes with that flood myth, of the understanding of why he sunk it, to understand what happened, and then to understand that them people didn't suffer.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even suffer. You dig at all.
Quick and easy.
Yep, it was all over with. Boo, boo, boo. And this is the amazing part. Have you noticed this, B? That in the time that the flood happened, 22,553 BC, it say 24.4 billion people on the earth were killed. 24.4. But dig this. Jaja sent 5 angels for every man, woman, and child.
Whew, that's a lot of fucking angels. Oh, golly.
Bro, that's 122 billion, sir.
Yeah.
With a B, 122 billion just to get the spirit on.
Man, that's crazy.
Man, bro, I couldn't imagine what was going on in Pain. Could you imagine looking up and just, oh my God. And listen, my spirit explained to me that's the whole understanding of the story. Chicken Little, the sky is falling.
I can see it. I can see it. Oh, damn.
That's how the story has been passed on through the riddles and times, and you did what I'm talking about. It's going back that far.
Dang, that's crazy. That's crazy as hell.
Bro. And then in the end of the day, they mistake it for one thing, but it's another.
Yeah.
Same thing they do with the Laurentine and the Younger Dryas. They're not even looking at the right time. And then they never seem to put it into effect that this shit happened on time.
Yeah.
It don't be no mistakes. And when you put it on that time chart, woo-wee. Woo-wee. Man, I try to debunk Owaspy all the time.
Right.
That's how I go at it. You dig what I'm talking about? This is how when I go into debates, I be airtight. I'm about to beat the brakes off you with this. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just about to show what I show, because in the end of the day, what I learned is science don't do nothing but prove Owaspy. It's just about how you look at it, how you perceive it. Science does nothing but 100% prove Owaspy or disprove itself. So I can look out there, I can see the galaxies spiraling. It's objective.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it seems that the sun sets, but it doesn't. The sun never sets. You dig what I'm talking about? But it does rise up and down like a snake. You dig what I'm talking about? Obviously, when they called it the Great Serpent, that makes sense once you understand the sun moves in this pattern, up and down pattern. You dig what I'm talking about? Like a serpent. You know, that not only is the planet spinning, but it's a moon spinning around it.
Mm.
And it don't go nowhere. It don't move. It just stay in its orbit. It don't go too far to the left, too far to the right, go too far south, too far. It stay right where it's supposed to be and function in our solar system like a clock. Like a clock. This is crazy. They got a picture that I always is dope. Hold on, let me show you. Let me pull it up real quick. It's on YouTube. It's like a little short. Let me see if this is it. Okay. This is more like it. Hold on here.
Well, Cosmo, you hear me?
Huh? What'd you say, bro?
When you get a chance, man, I would like to hear something about that alien thing, which is
Aliens are aliens. There ain't no aliens here. They're all angels. This is why everybody have the same abduction experience, because first of all, you've been programmed to get the same abduction experience. You dig what I'm talking about? And the so-called aliens are nothing but angels, you know, getting you to prostrate to another thing that make you believe that it's greater than you. And first of all, let me just reiterate the impossibility, the utter impossibility. First of all, an alien is a life form quoted to be so-called bipedal. But to be alien, you must be from another planet. You must be from another planet. That means, guess what? If you come from in this solar system, you have a total different atmosphere. As a matter of fact, if you come from anywhere, you have a total different atmosphere than what's here on Earth. So guess what? You can't do. As a living, breathing alien being, you can't come here and breathe Earth oxygen. Ever seen a gray alien with a breathing apparatus?
Nope.
An insectoid with a breathing apparatus, maybe a reptile. Nope. How is an alien that breathes, let's just say, 100% methane existing on Earth? Impossible. Okay? The whole alien ideal is 100% spiritual and is of the angel and not of anything off of this planet. And now, am I saying there is no such thing as an extraterrestrial, something that's actually from the earth, right? Something that's from the earth, but is different. It's obviously something. It's obviously something. Everything ain't fake. Everything ain't man-made. You dig what I'm talking about? It's something that's different up there too. Right? Many of those are angelic already. There are etheric ships. There's only 3 things in the sky you're seeing. You're seeing etheric ships, you're seeing extraterrestrials, and you're seeing man-made stuff. We got our own UFOs. And we make fake ones. They make them like holograms. They look like UFOs. Like, did you see that whole little thing in Chile where they were tasting that Tic Tac?
Yeah.
The man admitted that what happened during that, man. He was like, man, we was using the ray and well, they used the ray and in Antarctica. They used that gamma meter, that tachyon meter. It do read tachyons, but they say it do other shit too. They say it's a whole platform, and this is what blue beam and all that shit run through. So they said they produced that little Tic Tac that they was chasing. He said that shit wasn't even really there.
So basically like a hologram.
Yes, but able to be picked up on radar. It's a whole platform. It made it look like it. This is why they couldn't. You can't catch it. It's moving at the speed of light. They said this same machine at that same time, in that same year, caused the earthquake in Sydney, Australia.
EMP, electromagnetic pulse. I got you.
Shit.
I got you.
Direct energy weapon style, though. Not even EMP. Direct. They say, but dogs say this a whole platform. Yeah, read tachyons. It do find tachyons. But he say, man, this thing do 100 other things. Not only a weapon system, a defense system, a hologram system, this and that. It turned itself directly into a direct energy weapon and also produces earth. Come on, bro. What the hell is going on? Check this out. Now they give us this flat disc, you know what I mean, standing still. You dig what I'm talking about? With the ideal of the great vortex affects more just like this, except imagine this is while it's going forward, also going up, down, and the planets are following right with it. You dig what I'm talking about? Up, down, while it's going forward, right? Like this. Imagine it going up, down, up, down. This is what you see as your sunset, sunrise. That's what it's doing. Hey. Like they say, a snake turning it on itself. Great Tao sang, great circle, calm, on. It's the understanding of this, right? Is what the unk is for. Not to be worn around your neck like a little cute little dangly necklace. It's to understand the stars in the sky. You dig what I'm talking about? That heritage, nationality, and culture is our culture. Has always been, will always be. You know what I mean? Hey, bro, we've been up here a while, man. Your boy Cosmon been chopping it heavy, man. You dig what I'm saying, man? Any last words, man? We gonna get up on up out of here, man. And you know what? I'm gonna do something on the something more on the aliens, as the aliens are really angels.
I wonder what level.
Anything?
I wonder what level. Well, you're going to get into that bill later on, so I'll figure out what level, those so-called aliens / angels are on in the heavenly realms, or either I'll just dig deep in the Owaspy and I'll try to look it up myself and then try to impart some information on you on that as well.
Second resurrection. We know where they're coming from.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. And I got an interesting theory. I'm gonna say it's real. Cosmo is saying it's real. I'm standing on it. But it's an interesting theory, and it has to do with the ions, right? And the major ideal that they preach on the ions is that the ions are extinct. I'm gonna push to show that these are your ETs.
Because they're 4 feet and smaller, or half the size.
Not only that, remember, Owaspy don't say they went extinct.
They just went up.
No, it say before they even died. It didn't just obliterate their heaven, right? Now, if you no longer gonna be here on earth, you don't need a heaven to rise in, right? It didn't say that it obliterated their heaven, or it said it rose it higher. And then what Owaspy says is they no longer began to live. They were no longer able to live on the face. On the face of the earth.
I get you now, brother. I get you, because most of the reports and the recitings are basically coming from mountaintop ranges, or either out of the ocean, or I get you, bro. I get you.
Come on, bro. And then they say and then what it don't say, what Owaspy don't say, that like people like to put on Owaspy, but it don't say that the ions went extinct. It said they because of the atmosphere, they were no longer able to live on the face of the planet. What it didn't say was that they weren't going to go either beneath the face of the planet or above the face of the planet. Because remember, they didn't destroy their heaven, they moved it higher. Why? Because the strain of the atmosphere started to degrade their bodies.
Got it.
They started to lose the ability to even reproduce. You dig what I'm talking about? So they was going to be took up out of here, but it don't say that they're going extinct. I'm going to tie that with the first semi-dan of the Cosmon era, and just go on to say real quick that I believe, this is just what I believe, that what we're going to watch in 2048, 2052 is the iron going etheric. We're going to watch the literal man turn to God. Because remember what they're coming to do. Somebody got to come and get the bridegrooms, right? First dance, it's harvest time, right? That's the whole point of it. Somebody coming back. But they ain't coming to get you. They ain't coming to get you. They coming to get grandma and them because she ready. She ready to be a bride and a bridegroom. She about to go to the Etherian heaven. She out of here. Yeah. Grandpa out of here. Uncle Joe and them out of here. Gone. That's who they coming to get back. And I believe we gonna watch a man who is still semi-physical. This is your whole extraterrestrial part. You dig what I'm talking about? Who I believe is still semi-physical or can be either one way or the other. Remember, they was already 50-50 spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? Or of the angelic ranks. You dig what I'm talking about? So I couldn't even imagine being in the iron mind. You dig what I'm talking? You dig what I'm talking about? You could literally see and talk to angels regularly. Right. So I believe it is the iron who they've been saying is extinct, but a waspy don't back what they saying. Who is going to go etheric. And we gonna see it. And remember, during the times of Dan, now I will preface this by saying it don't say during the semi-dance that this is gonna happen. It just say during the beginning of the dance, right? At the changing, right? It don't say at the semi-dance, but it do say that the angels come down and converse with their loved ones, have dinner, sit down, kick it, chop it up. You dig what I'm talking about? Ha ha he he. You dig what I'm talking about? Rub elbows with you and then bust up. They do say that happened during. Huh?
You think Simi and Toko gonna be with him?
I don't see why he wouldn't. I don't see why he wouldn't. You got to think about it. They killed him in the what, 70s?
Yep.
They killed, or you know how the story go. They killed him in the 70s. So, you know, he gotta, you know, being if half of what they saying is true about it. If a quarter of what they saying is true about it, right? He had a monster spiritual force.
Oh man, what?
He was crazy. You know? Hey, listen, man, he had to have listen. If a quarter of what they saying is true about it, yeah, he the real Jesus. Then you dig what I'm talking about? Of the common era, I can't even say nothing about it. He would have did more stuff than didn't we even know Jeebus did. You dig what I'm talking about? He did everything Jeebus did and did some more stuff. So, I don't see why he wouldn't. But there is a process. There is a process to gain, but many of the people who are ready just for the second resurrection. But I think the irons are gonna come and get the brides and bridegrooms who are already ready to leave to the upper realms. I'm pretty sure they've been around for hundreds of years. And this light is rising higher and higher and higher, so more people are getting ready to ship out.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? So they can get the most number that they can. The good gods is working for that. You know what I mean? Good gods is working to try to get as many people out of here they can. Boom, 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 boom. You know? And they use times of etheric light, like 2024, 25, from March to March, etheric light the whole time. So you're going to see a whole bunch of exposing, a whole bunch of growing, and a whole bunch of dying off, all at the same time.
Right. It's going to be a crazy time, bro.
Yep. I'm just saying. You about to see it. Because J.I. in this year too. Yep. J.I. be done. Etheric light coming March. Beginning of the new year. Because that starts the Odic year. That starts the Odic year. Well, actually, the first month is April. So we go into the new year in March, but the month is April. You dig what I'm talking about? Or that's the first 4 phases of the moon. You dig what I'm talking about? You count by the moon. So yeah, from that time it's gonna be crazy.
Right.
You're gonna see all type of
before or after.
Huh?
You think the new moon? I mean, not the new moon. The tripping. Do you think the new race is coming after, or we gonna see them before that 2048?
No, you the new race.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna tell you, if you first generation, if you were born, you are truly Cosmonian. If you are born between 1948 and 1981, that's the first generation of truly Cosmon children, right? 48 and 81, you first generation. If the next 33 is between 81 and 2014. Or really, you could say I'm adding the 1, so really it would be 1947 through 1980, right? And then from 80 to 90 to 2013, that's another generation. But look, if you add 11 years, 1/3 of 33, and remember the key is 33. 1/3 of 33 is 11, right? So we went into the new cycle, right? Into the last or to the 6th generation of the Cosmon era, or the last 33 years before the first semi-dan, right? So if the last 33 years before the semi-dan come in 2013, 2014, right? 11 years from that time, it's 2024, 2025. This is how we know. I'm not guessing. If you notice, I can tell you why, when, where, and guess what? To prove that this shit is about to go on, Jaja gonna give you a sign in the sky, right? He gonna give you an eclipse.
It's happening in August.
It's in April.
April, that's when it is.
Yeah, it's in April, like 3rd or 2nd. Yep. And if you were over, it's gonna be over the southern part of the United States. I don't know what's about to go on down there.
Boy.
I don't know what's about to go on down there. I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm in Tennessee, so I'm about to be in the thick of it. I think we're gonna see about 90%, I think 85%, something like that. So
man. So yeah, man. It's a way to know that this stuff is happening. You just got to be aware of it. That's it. You dig what I'm talking about? And once you become aware of it, you see the shit every goddamn where.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Before you knew to stop eating pig, and the nigga told you you're supposed to look on the back of the package, you dig what I'm talking about? You ain't even ever looked to think to even look that none of this stuff could have been from pig.
Right.
You ain't know no pig was in no Jello. You didn't know that.
That's some crazy shit, man. Just to think about it. God,
yeah, man. You didn't know that until somebody told you. Then you looked and you said, damn, well, it do got this whoopty wop in it. You know what I mean? And then you adjust after that. That's the same thing going on right now. This light is rising and rising and rising. And the angels that work with true God or goddess today, her name is Shay Seavey. Help man rise up. These are your lords. The lords help man rise up. directly, right? And they under the lords, they got some niggas that work with them, the Ashars. They work directly with them. The Ashars work hand in hand with the Asar. You dig what I'm talking about? So when you die, that spirit that they've been watching your whole life, they hand off to another nigga who start your next life. So you never really like left alone. Even as a child, you got parents. When you birthed into the spirit, you kind of got parents. But they'll just be your family. You dig what I'm talking about? They be grandma, great grandma. You never even know her. You don't even you may have heard about it. You don't know. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's been people here a long time. Could you imagine how many ancestors you got just in 10,000 years?
Man, it's crazy to think of how many ancestors that go back 8 generations. It's over 2,000.
Come on. That's crazy. I thought 8 generations was it 32? What is it?
No,
yeah,
you gotta.
It's up there. I know it's up there. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a crazy number in just 8 generations.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. You dig what I'm talking about? And then you look back, you can probably only maybe went 150 years, 200 years. You dig what I'm talking about? Real generations, you would have went 600 years. Six generations is 200 years, or what they call a halftime. You dig what I'm talking about? But that 6 generations taking you back 200 years. But in that generation, in a 33, everything can change.
Yeah,
I can change a black man to a white man in 33 years.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I can change you black to a white boy in 33 years. And then to lock it in some more, long as that son go on to marry a white girl, guess what his children is gonna be?
A white.
Okay. But guess what he is still though? A nigga.
Yep, he's still a nigga.
You dig what I'm talking about? And that's the whole thing we got to get over right there. That whole shit. Look, man, these niggas more niggery than you.
Yep.
Yo, man, this shit, man, look, man, they put this shit on everybody. And this is what we got to get over, right? They shitted on everybody. They played the poor white boy just like the poor nigga. They don't give a damn.
Right.
They give a
Called
damn.
him a redneck.
Come on, a mountain Johnny.
A red shack.
I heard that before. A mountain Johnny. That's crazy. I never heard that before. You did one from the north, a mountain. That's what they call them. This is where the term hunky and all this stuff come from. Redneck. That come from them. From these Africans. From these Africans being put on boats and traded to the Caribbean. Right? The Africans were traded to the Caribbeans. That term come from these white boys being enslaved in the Caribbean because their necks turn red. That don't make them no African. As a matter of fact, it's only one African in the world. Nobody but the Dutch, the Afrikaan, calls himself African.
African, yup.
Even the Afri people are Irish. That live in North Africa, they're free. They're Irish. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's only one people who speak Afrikaan, the Afrikaan language, and call themselves African. They white Dutch people. I'm saying that's who got put on the slave ship. They just whipped that term Negro right in with slave, right in with black, and tied you into this shit when actually why you got a little European in your family, right? It's really because you was doing it with other Negroid Europeans. But why you got African possibly in your blood and it's coming up as European is because you got the blood of them Africans who was pale and from Europe. African means troglodyte.
Boy,
right? It means I lived in a cave. This is why none of them people there call themselves African. They call themselves Igbo or Mbuti or the Khoi Khoi or they call themselves the Hottentot. You did when they call it, they got a name.
Mm-hmm.
None of them call themselves African, except the Dutch. So I believe the story when they tell you that the Africans got put on the boat. But until somebody show me that a black person got off one of these boats, anybody on one of them slave ships, show me that they had nigger skin like me.
Right.
You can't do it. Why you can't do it? Because they erased it. Because that would expose that they the African. This is why the mulatto is so important, because and this is why they are sure that the mulatto has African genetics, even though they are pale skin, blonde hair, blue eyed, you still call it, and it has a trace of African, 1% African genetic in it. How do you know?
Peace to the great Cosmon and peace to the brother.
Peace,
Taz Vortex. Much love and respect, man, and hit me with that Super 7 ether, man, when you leave, man.
My dude. My dude, man. We gonna go and get up out of here, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Anything you want to say, Taz?
No, man. Keep doing your thing, brother. You already know I'm gonna always be watching. Y'all support my brother. Like, share, comment, subscribe, man. And shout out to Creator Gang, dog.
Gang in this thing, man. Black Rain, man. Thank you for coming through, man. And everybody, thank y'all for coming through, showing love, man. Hey, it's your homeboy, man, Cosmon, man, with a little bit more. Going a little bit longer, a little bit stronger. You dig what I'm talking about? As always, I need you to breathe in. Let that light in. Some Cosmon, and I'm out.
Fire.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh, it's that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sang, so ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning, so how your God make a sun without vortexian current, see the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people, oh watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door stop. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a Angui. claim my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make Emet the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling